नमस्कार, सत श्री अकाल, आदाब, कैसे हैं आप लोग। तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग आ चुका है। वापस आ चुके हैं हम बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल के साथ। दिस इज एपिसोड नंबर 1। मैं हूं इनसेन और मेरे साथ मेरे को होस्ट जुड़ चुके हैं एरो IB। कैसे हैं आप?
बहुत अच्छा हूँ, बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ। और देखिए, अभी हमने बैटलफील्ड के अंदर तो टीम्स को डोमिनेट करते देखा है, स्ट्रैटेजी बनाते देखा है, लेकिन उनके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा होता है, बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल क्या चल रहा होता है, ये जानने के लिए हम बुलाएंगे बेस्ट इन द बिजनेस, यानी कि दो ऐसे गेस्ट जिनके परिचय देने की जरूरत तो नहीं है, बट इनसे परिचय दिए बिना हम आगे भी नहीं बढ़ सकते। तो प्लीज वेलकम आईकू, TG माफिया एंड ड्यूकर। ड्यूकर, माफिया, कैसे हैं आप दोनों?
बहुत बढ़िया अभी भाई, आप बताओ आप कैसे हो?
हम लोग भी बहुत बढ़िया है और देखिए बहुत एक्साइटेड भी हैं। ड्यूकर, वी नो आप कमाल के मेंटोर हो, काफ़ी चीज़ें आप प्लान करते हो, तो आज इनसे क्यों ना इन दोनों के साथ काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें अनफोल्ड करी जाए।
ऑफ कोर्स काफी सारे सवाल हैं, बट आई विल स्ट्रेट अप कट टू द चेज। माफिया, 2025 में आपकी टीम ने बहुत जबरदस्त खेला, डुअल मोड चैंपियंस बने, बट अब 2026 आ चुका है, साल बदला है। क्या परफॉर्मेंस में भी बदलाव होगा? क्योंकि आपके साथ साथ और भी 5 टीम्स हैं जो आपको टक्कर देने के लिए और ये 2026 की FFMIC का खिताब जीतने के लिए बैठे हुए हैं। तो फिर क्या लगता है आपको, किस प्रकार आप लोग खेलेंगे? क्या अभी भी आप वो अपना टाइटल डिफेंड कर पाएंगे? और साथ में देखिए, हाल फिलहाल में जो एस्टेक के चेंजेस भी हुए थे, तो हाउ आर यू गाइस प्रोसेसिंग इट एंड किस तरीके से अभी टीम में माहौल है आपका?
तो हम थोड़ा लाइक गेम प्ले वाइज तो कम फोकस करें, भी हम चाहते हैं कि हमारा थोड़ा टीम सिनर्जी ज़्यादा एनहांस हो। थोड़ा हम पहले ऐसा कोऑर्डिनेशन में खेलते रहे, वैसे खेल हमारा कुछ भी चीज़ इफेक्ट ना करे जो भी हुआ इन एंड आउट। ये सब चीज़ें हमारा क्योंकि ये गेम ज़्यादातर आप देखो ना, ये मेंटल गेम है। यहाँ पे स्किल सब पे वही ऑल ईयर सेम रहता है, बट आप कैसे कोऑर्डिनेट करते हो गेम के अंदर, वो मेन होता है। अगर आपके चारों प्लेयर पे एक दूसरे को ट्रस्ट है ना, तो आप कुछ भी गेम कहीं से भी निकाल सकते हो। मेन ही होता है, क्योंकि स्किल्स तो सब पे हैं ही, वही स्किल्स हैं। उसी स्किल से हम पिछली बार जीते थे, बट ट्रस्ट कैसे रहता है टीम पे, वो आपको आगे ले जाता है। और पिछली बार जो था, मतलब इस बार तो काफी सब कुछ चेंज होगा, लॉबी भी चेंज होगी, क्योंकि टीमें भी नई नई आएंगी, कंपटीशन भी बढ़ेगा। तो हम भी अपने स्किल्स आपको फाइनल्स में ही दिखाएंगे, हर एक स्टेज में दिखाएंगे, जिससे आप भी तभी सरप्राइज हो।
देखिए, ग्रुप्स रिवील हो चुके हैं FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग के, तो क्यों ना हर एक ग्रुप को देखा जाए और उनमें टीम्स के ऊपर थोड़ी सी और चर्चा की जाए कि कौन से टीम्स यहाँ पे जो है वो है सबसे बड़ी कंटेंडर उनके ग्रुप से। तो सबसे पहले चलते हैं ग्रुप A की तरफ। ग्रुप A में होने वाली हैं ये सभी 12 टीमें। तो सबसे पहले ड्यूकर, आपसे जानेंगे क्या लगता है आपको कि इनमें से कौन से टॉप 3 कंटेंडर्स हैं जो यहाँ पे डोमिनेट करने वाले हैं?
ग्रुप ए काफ़ी ज़्यादा अच्छा ग्रुप लग रहा है मुझे देखने से। 2-3 ऐसे कंटेंडर्स हैं जो काफ़ी अच्छा कर सकते हैं। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ऑब्वियसली टोटल गेमिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स, एंड आफ्टर दैट आई वुड से ऑटोबॉट्स ई-स्पोर्ट्स। लास्ट टाइम का एक्सपीरियंस भी है और इस बार भी चांसेस हैं कि अच्छा करेंगे, हमको ग्रुप स्टेज में करते हुए देखेंगे। एंड द थर्ड इज़ अराइज ई-स्पोर्ट्स। इनमें भी काफ़ी सारे प्लेयर्स एक्सपीरियंस हैं जो काफ़ी बड़ी बड़ी टीम्स में खेल चुके हैं ऑलरेडी, एंड वन ऑफ देम इज़ यूनो। सो आई वुड से ये 3 टीम्स मुझे लग रही है कि थोड़ा हमें ज़्यादा डोमिनेट करते हुए देखेंगे ग्रुप स्टेज में।
एंड व्हाट अबाउट गुरुनाथा ऑफिशियल? देखिए, सिटी क्वालिफायर से क्वालिफाई करके आए और इकलौती टीम है जो अंडरडॉग भी हैं और उन्होंने जिस तरीके से परफॉर्म किया था, सबको अचंभित किया था। तो इनके ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है?
बिल्कुल, ऐसे तो फिर सारी ही टीम्स कंटेंडर हैं, क्योंकि FFC मोड इज़ वे मोर डिफिकल्ट देन जितना हम सोचते हैं। तो सबने ही क्वालिफाई करा। गुरुनाथा भी उनमें से एक है जो सिटी क्वालिफायर से आई, तो उनके लिए और डबल उनको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी ड्यूरिंग द ग्रुप स्टेजेस। लेट्स सी वो कितना अच्छा करके दिखाते हैं।
रियली होपिंग कि सारी की सारी टीम बहुत बढ़िया करें। लेकिन अब ग्रुप बी की चर्चा करते हैं। देखिए, यहाँ पे भी कुछ कमाल के नाम देखने को मिल रहे हैं। एसेट्यूएल एलीट, आईकू ओजी, TSG, टीम लेगेसी। अमंग ऑल द टीम्स आई फील कि कुछ टफ कंटेंडर्स हैं जो बहुत बढ़िया कर सकते हैं। बट माफिया, ओवरऑल आपको क्या लगता है कि इन 12 नामों में से कौन से वो चुनिंदा नाम हो सकते हैं जो अपनी टीम से टॉप करते हुए, अपने ग्रुप से टॉप करते हुए नजर आएंगे?
इनसे मेरे को लगता है ग्रुप बी से एक फायरेस गेमिंग, जो भी बहुत करेंटली मतलब अच्छे फॉर्म में चल रही है। एक फायरेस गेमिंग हो सकती है, एक UGX GRP हो सकती है, एंड एक TSG भी हो सकती है। ये 3 टीमें मेरे को लगता है जो बहुत अच्छा खेलने वाली है इनके ग्रुप से, जो अच्छा कंपटीशन बना के रखेंगी इस लिस्ट में।
बिल्कुल, ये 3 टीम का नाम तो आपने ले लिया, लेकिन यहाँ पे ड्यूकर मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, एसेट्यूएल एलीट भी है इस ग्रुप में और हमने माफिया से भी इससे पहले चर्चा की थी। हाल फिलहाल में एसेट्यूएल एलीट में 3 नए खिलाड़ियों का एडिशन हुआ, पहाड़ी और वेटरन प्लेयर। हाउ डू यू थिंक कि ये परफॉर्म करेंगे?
डेफिनेटली मैं एक चीज़ बोलूँगा कि आई वुड से कि चाहे फिर वो रोनित अपने टीम को खिलवाए या फिर पहाड़ी खेले, क्योंकि मैंने पर्सनली पहाड़ी को कोच करके रखा हुआ है, तो मुझे इतना लगता है कि ये जब प्रेशराइज मैच होते हैं तो ये अच्छे से डील करते हैं उसको। तो आई वुड से कि एसिटिल इज़ वन ऑफ द कंटेंडर जो इस ग्रुप में शायद टेबल टॉप भी कर जाए।
क्या बात है। देखिए हमने ग्रुप बी की भी चर्चा करी, अब हम बढ़ेंगे ग्रुप सी की तरफ। देखिए ग्रुप सी में भी एक से बढ़कर एक टीमें होने वाली है। गॉड्स रेन, टीम हिंद, ईसी ई स्पोर्ट्स एंड ऑल द अदर टीम्स। मैं देख रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पे जो है काफ़ी टफ कंटेंडर होने वाले हैं। तो क्यों ना माफिया आप यहाँ पे बताएं कि आपको क्या लगता है कि कौन सी वो टीमें होंगी जो यहाँ पे डोमिनेट करने वाली है।
ग्रुप सी का मेरे को लगता है पॉइंट टेल काफी क्लोज होगा, क्योंकि इसमें टीम में मतलब T1 71 भी दिख रही है।
यस।
तो इसमें JDR अच्छी एक टीम है, टीम हिंद भी काफी अच्छा खेल सकती है इनके ग्रुप से। RNX हो गई, NXT, K9, ट्रू इम्पैक्ट, ये सारी T1 मेक्टा निंजा, ये सारी हमारे साथ T1 डेली खेलती है। तो मतलब ये वाला जो ग्रुप सी वाला है ये बहुत क्लोज होगा इनका पॉइंट टेबल। लाइक बाकी ग्रुप्स की तरह स्कोरिंग मैच नहीं होंगे इतने ज्यादा।
देखिए बिल्कुल मुझे भी सेम लग रहा है, क्योंकि एक से बढ़कर एक नाम यहाँ पे है। जैसा बोला कि हाँ T1 लॉबी में आप साथ में खेलते हैं, तो यस सभी टीमें मुझे भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा फायर पावर वाली लग रही हैं। तो ये जो रहेगा सभी टीमों के लिए यहाँ से निकल कर आगे जाना। चलिए ग्रुप डी की चर्चा कर लेते हैं इनसे।
देखिए ग्रुप डी की चर्चा करने से पहले ओवरऑल अगर आप मुझे पूछे कि ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ कौन सा है, मेरे हिसाब से तो ग्रुप सी मुझे ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ नजर आ रहा है। बिकॉज आप देखिए वहां पे हर दूसरा नाम बहुत ही अच्छा खेलते हैं, चाहे आप
हम्म,
जीडीआर की बात करें, टीम हिंद की बात करें, यहाँ पे एनजी सिल्वर ईगल है। एनजी सिल्वर ईगल हिस्ट्री रही है, चुनिंदा कुछ बढ़िया खिलाड़ियों को लेके आते हैं। एनएक्सटी ई स्पोर्ट्स, आरएनएक्स ई स्पोर्ट्स कमाल के खिलाड़ी है। ट्रू इम्पैक्ट इज वन ऑफ दोज टीम्स जो पिछले साल ग्रैंड फाइनलिस्ट रहे थे। K9 ई स्पोर्ट्स ऑफ कोर्स यहाँ पे भी कुछ अच्छी फायर पावर है। K9 ई स्पोर्ट्स यहाँ पे भी काफी अच्छी फायर पावर है। मेटा निंजा, देखिए ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ मेरे हिसाब से तो ग्रुप सी है।
correct।
बट अब ग्रुप डी की तरफ चलते हैं। काफी कमाल के नाम ग्रुप डी में भी नजर आ रहे हैं, और यहाँ पे भी थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड मुझे नजर आ रहा है। तो मैं स्टार्टिंग
हम्म,
विद ड्यूकर, दो नाम मैं ड्यूकर से चाहता हूँ, और उसके बाद मैं दो नाम चाहता हूँ माफिया से। कि आपको क्या लगता है कि कौन कौन से वो दो नाम हो सकते हैं जो टॉप करेंगे? बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है यहाँ पे भी प्रिडिक्ट कर पाना।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पे काफ़ी सारी टीम्स है, जैसे हेड हंटर्स हो गई, ओलंपियंस हो गई, गॉडलाइक हो गई, ऑब्वियसली ब्लैक बर्ड्स हो गई, तो जॉन्टी गेमिंग होगी। तो काफ़ी सारी जो पिछले एफएफएमआईसी में खेल के रखी हुई टीम्स वो हैं। तो चूज़ करना तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, बट आई विल गो विद गॉडलाइक एंड मे बी ओलंपियंस। दे कैन फिनिश इन टॉप 2।
माफिया।
यहाँ पे
अकॉर्डिंग
अब
टू मी जॉन्टी गेमिंग अभी करेंटली काफी अच्छे फॉर्म में है, जो कि मतलब रिसेंट में यूआई नाम से खेलती थी। ये अच्छा खेलेगी जॉन्टी गेमिंग। एंड ओलिगार्ड्स अभी अपने ओपन क्वालिफायर में टेबल टॉप करके आई है, मतलब कुछ तो है इसमें, फिर फायर पावर अच्छा होगा। सो वो हमें टॉप 9 में फायर पावर के बेसिस पे ही गेम चलता है। सो आई वुड लाइक टू सी ओलिगार्ड्स।
क्या बात है। देखिए बहुत सारे नाम इसमें भी नजर आ रहे हैं। ब्लैक बर्ड्स की बात करें, वंस अगेन हमको यहाँ पे राधे ठाकुर नजर आएंगे। गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स हमने देखा था इनको एफएफएमआई 2025 में परफॉर्म करते हुए, बट लेट्स सी इस बार ये कैसा परफॉर्म करते हैं। ज्ञान गेमिंग अगेन एक टॉप कंटेंडर जरूर है, लेकिन देखिए ऑफिशियल्स में इनको परफॉर्म करना होगा, वो प्रेशर अलग होता है। माफिया आप इस बात से परिचित होंगे कि देखिए जब आप थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट्स खेलते हो तो उसका जो प्रेशर रहता है और जो ऑफिशियल इवेंट का प्रेशर रहता है उसमें कितना डिफरेंस होता है।
और ज्यादा मतलब पोल ऑपोजिट डिफरेंस होता है, मतलब कि थर्ड पार्टी तो हमारे होते रहते हैं, ऑल ईयर लॉन्ग चलते रहते हैं। बट
हम्म,
ऑफिशियल्स हमारे 3-4 महीने में एक बार आते हैं, और वो मतलब सबसे हाईएस्ट स्टेज होता है एक टूर्नामेंट मतलब गेम का। तो ऑफिशियल में तो प्रेशर नेक्स्ट लेवल का ही होता है। बाकी हम जो थर्ड पार्टी खेलते हैं वो ऑफिशियल की प्रैक्टिस ही होती है एक तरीके की। तो मेन गेम तो हमारा ऑफिशियल ही होता है, तो इसलिए वहाँ पे प्रेशर थोड़ा ज्यादा होता है एज कम्पेयर टू थर्ड पार्टीज।
जी, देखिए माफिया ने तो कमाल का जवाब दिया, बट ड्यूकर आज का ये पूरा सेशन समाप्त करने से पहले मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि देखिए अक्सर ये जो थर्ड पार्टीज और ऑफिशियल के प्रेशर की हम बात करें, काफी सारी टीम्स के रिगार्डिंग ये बातचीत होती है कि यार सीरियसली नहीं खेल रहे हैं। मेरा मानना थोड़ा सा अलग है। मेरा मानना है कि प्रैक्टिस के मैचेस में अलग अलग स्ट्रैटेजीज को अप्लाई किया जाता है, नई नई चीजों को ट्राई किया जाता है, और उससे कभी कभार ड्रॉबैक्स भी होते हैं, फायदे भी होते हैं। तो आपका क्या मानना है मेन ऑफिशियल मैचेस और साथ में जितने भी हमारे डोमेस्टिक सर्किट के टूर्नामेंट्स होते हैं, इन दोनों के परफॉर्मेंस में टीम्स के?
बिल्कुल बहुत जैसा माफिया ने बोला कि डिफरेंस होता है और ये प्रैक्टिस की तरह खेले जाते हैं। बट क्या होता है कि ये प्रैक्टिस मैचेस में हम कई तरीके की जो हमारे जैसे रोटेशंस हो गए, फॉर्मेशंस हो गए और जैसे स्ट्रेटजी हमने अब क्या बनाई, कहाँ हमें फाइट लेनी है, ये सब चीज़ें हम इसमें प्रैक्टिस करते हैं इन थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट्स। और जो सक्सेसफुल हो जाती है एक दो बार ट्राई करने के बाद, उसको हम हाइड करके रखते हैं फॉर द ऑफिशियल, कि उनको ऑफिशियल्स में हम एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे। सो ये T1 टीम्स तो माइंडसेट ये वाला रखती हैं, बट ये माइंडसेट मैं अंडरडॉग्स में भी देखना चाहता हूँ कि उनने कितने अच्छे से प्रिपेयर करा है, वो नोट डाउन करी हैं चीज़ें जो T1 टीम्स अपनी लॉबी में प्रैक्टिस मैचेस में करती है जब थर्ड पार्टी टूर्नामेंट्स खेलती हैं वो।
क्या बात है। देखिए एक क्वेश्चन मैं आप दोनों से पूछना चाहूँगा इस बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल को एंड करने से पहले, कि एक टिप अगर आपको देनी हो, यहाँ पे कुछ एडवाइस देनी हो अंडरडॉग्स के लिए, तो आप एक छोटी सी एडवाइस उनको क्या देना चाहेंगे कि उनको क्या करना चाहिए और क्या नहीं करना चाहिए? पहले माफिया।
टिप यही रहेगी कि सामने वाली टीम, अगर आप किससे भी डरो मत, कोई भी T1 टीम आपको दिखती है, वो भी 4 ही प्लेयर है, उनकी भी 200 HP है, सब कुछ सेम है, जो आपके पास है सेम उनके पास है। अपनी टीम पे ट्रस्ट करो, जिसका तुम क्वालिफाई किए हो वो टीम भी तुम्हारी बेस्ट ही टीम बनेगी। सब अंडर गॉड्स ही होते हैं पहले, फिर जाके वो T1 बनते हैं। तो किससे डरो मत, अंधा मारो, बिल्कुल घुस के खेलो।
ड्यूकर आप।
बिल्कुल प्रेशर नहीं लेना है, सबसे मेन यही जो मोटिव है हर टीम्स का होना चाहिए जो भी अंडरडॉग आई हैं, क्योंकि हमने देखा है काफ़ी सारी टीम्स प्रेशर ले लेती हैं, उसकी वजह से मैच ख़राब होते जाते हैं बहुत सारे। लास्ट ईयर भी हमने T1 टीम्स के भी नेम देखे थे जो T1 टीम्स में कंटिन्यूसली खेलती आती हैं। सो यही मेरा एक मैसेज है उनके लिए कि हर मैच को एक नए मैच की तरह खेलो। अगर लास्ट मैच आपका ख़राब भी हुआ है तो प्रेशर मत लो, और उस नए मैच को ऐसा निकालने की कोशिश करो कि पूरी फ्री फायर कम्युनिटी याद रखे कि हाँ ये मैच कोई खेल कर गया था।
कमाल के जवाब हमें आज के दिन पे बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल के एपिसोड 1 में मिले हैं। आई होप इन सभी जवाबों से आप लोग बहुत कुछ सीखेंगे और एंटरटेन भी होंगे। बट अभी के लिए खत्म करते हैं अपना एपिसोड। थैंक यू सो मच ड्यूकर, थैंक यू सो मच माफिया। दिस वाज मी इनसेन एंड आई हैव अलोंगसाइड विद मी ROIB। वापस आएंगे विद अनदर एपिसोड। तब तक के लिए बाय बाय, टेक केयर, हैव फन, सी यू ऑन द अदर साइड।
Ready to turn up the volume? The Beat Carnival is here and things are about to get loud! Join Alok's global livestream as part of the audience. Complete daily missions and matches to earn Lightstick and Panther tokens. Then use them to cheer for the performance. As your contribution to the show's popularity rises, you'll unlock flashy stage transformations, special songs from Alok, and tons of great rewards. And don't forget to snap a photo with Alok using the new event-exclusive poses. It's the perfect souvenir from this musical carnival. In Battle Royale, after some time in the match, Alok will invite everyone to join the carnival. Solara's sky turns into a glowing sunset, while sound waves pulse outside the safe zone. A giant Alok projection dances along the map edges, and fireworks light up the night. Bloomtown stage also transforms into a full-on festival with lasers and music. Watch out for the beat drop zones, where the beats can make everyone start dancing. And if you spot the Panther party truck, make sure to check it out for some extra loot. In Clash Squad, sound wave zones appear that boost your movement speed and HP recovery. And the giant Alok projection will be vibing alongside you. You will also find new event items and matches, so keep an eye out. Pick up the upgraded Alok skill card for extra power. Toss the dance grenade to make everyone around start grooving. And launch yourself across the map with the speaker trampoline. Get ready to move, groove, and light up the beat.
Focus, aim, ready. Focus, aim, ready. Speed up in the race, fall back, no chase. Turn up with the bass, gotta level up your game. Looking for the fight, target inside. An eye for an eye, gotta level to the sky. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. Got nothing to lose and I'm coming for you. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I do what I want and I'm breaking through. I'm bulletproof, I'm bulletproof. I pull the trigger. Higher, let fall. Higher, higher, let fall.
चढ़ाना चाहूं हार मैं, अकेले थोड़ा कम पड़ जाता हूँ यार मैं। मिले जो यार सही तो मुझको पर मिल जाएंगे, और उड़ने को हो जाऊंगा तैयार मैं।
नामुमकिन को भी मुमकिन अब हम कर जाएंगे,
कोई भी मुश्किल हो पीछे ना जाएंगे।
एक जो गिरे तो दूसरे को हम संभालेंगे,
देगा मिसाल जहां ऐसे लड़ जाएंगे। कायदे कानून है, दिल बेसुकून है, सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है। कायदे कानून है, दिल बेसुकून है, सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है। खोला ये खून है, दिल बेसुकून है, सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है।
जो सोचा भी ना हो किसी ने, हम वैसा करके दिखाएंगे। चाहे हो कीमत जो ख्वाबों की पूरे करने को चुकाएंगे।
हद से ज्यादा जिद है अपनी, जिद है आसमान की। हिम्मत करके हम कदमों में आसमान झुकाएंगे,
चुकाएंगे।
दिल बेसुकून है, सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है।
जीत का जुनून है, जीत का जुनून है।
सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है। जीत का जुनून है, जीत का जुनून है। सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है। दिल में बूया।
चल दे देखा किस मिट्टी से तेरे सपने बने, कर दे धुआं जिस रास्ते पे भी तेरे पाँव पड़े। बस बात बात नहीं घात घात कर, बस में तो सारे हालात लात कर। हुनर से अपने दिन को रात कर, अपना ही कुछ नया इजाद कर। तेरा मुकाबला खुद से, मौसम बदले तेरे रुख से, कि खुदा भी किस्मत लिखने से पहले तेरी रजा पूछे तुझसे। तू शेर की दहाड़ दे, चिथड़े तू डर के फाड़ दे। इस दुनिया के हर कोने तक तू ख्वाब अपने पसार दे। खोल दे जो बंधा बैठा तेरी रग रग में उफान है, उफान है, उफान है। तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है। तू जीत का ऐलान है। तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है। तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है। तू जीत का ऐलान है। तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है। ओए किसी से कभी मैं डरा नहीं, फालतू की बातों में पड़ा नहीं। नजर निशाने पे दुश्मन ठिकाने में कभी भी रुका मैं जरा नहीं। मन में जो ठाना वो पाना है, चलना ना कोई बहाना है। कितना है दम बाजुओं में ये दुनिया को बिना झिझक के बताना है। सारा जमाना है कदमों के नीचे की चील सी मेरी उड़ान है। तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है। तू जीत का ऐलान है। तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है। तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है, तूफान है। तू जीत का ऐलान है। तूफान है,
सच बोलूँ तो मुझे ये सपना लग रहा है, लोगों के लिए ट्रॉफी होगी, मेरे लिए ये सालों की मेहनत, सालों की डेडिकेशन और ये तपस्या है जिसको आज हम लोगों ने थोड़ा हासिल कर लिया। ट्रॉफी सब अच्छे से आ रहा है ना? हाँ फौजी भाई, चलो आप बैठो तो। बेसिकली मैं हरियाणा से बिलोंग करता हूँ। हरियाणा में मेन 3 चीज़ को प्रेफरेंस देते हैं। पहली चीज़ अपने देश के लिए मेडल लेके आना, कोई भी स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी करना। सेकंड चीज़ मैं बात करूँ गवर्नमेंट जॉब। थर्ड बात करूँ अगर आप कोई वेल सेटल्ड बिजनेस कर रहे हो तो आप अलाउड हो, बाकी आपको कोई भी फैमिली जो है वो अलाउड नहीं करेगी। तो फौजी का रीज़न ये रहने वाला है कि मुझे खुद को एक आर्मी में जाना था। तो मेरी फैमिली जो थी वो भी यही चाहती थी कि मैं आर्मी के अंदर जाऊँ, तो मैं उसी की तैयारी भी कर रहा था। तो मैंने एनसीसी वगैरह भी ज्वाइन करी। तो वहाँ पे पीएम रैली का पार्ट रह चुका हूँ। उसके अंदर वो पैरासेलिंग बोलते हैं, तो पैराशूट होता है, आपके रोप रहती है, तो आप पैराशूट से उड़ते हैं। उस टाइम पे मैं एनसीसी में पैराशूट से जो था वो चीज़ें होती थी। आज भी पैराशूट यूज होता है गेम के अंदर कि हम फ्लाइट से उड़ते हुए पैराशूट से कूदते हैं। वहाँ पे अजय शर्मा था, यहाँ पे फौजी अजय है। अभी जैसे आप सब लोग हमें जानते हैं टोटल गेमिंग के नाम से, बट इससे पहले जो हमारा नाम रहने वाला था वो द माफिया से रहने वाला था। उस टाइम छोटे बच्चे थे सब लोग, 16, 17, 18 साल की एज रहने वाली है सबकी। अब मुझे टीम बिल्ड करनी थी। मुझे याद अच्छे से, मैं गुड़गांव के अंदर था हमारे बूट कैंप के अंदर, और एक टूर्नामेंट आया था वहाँ पर जो स्टेट के प्लेयर साथ में खेल सकते हैं। तो मुझे आइडिया था कि जो माफिया वो दिल्ली का है, स्नाइपिंग भी अच्छी खासी करता था, सिर्फ स्नाइपिंग करता था उस टाइम पे। तो माफिया उस टाइम पे लिटिल बच्चा, मतलब 13-14 साल का बच्चा मिला था मेरे को। बच्चा क्या ही पूछेगा आपको कंफर्मेशन करने के लिए रियल है कि नहीं है, तो वो बोलता है आप अपनी यूआईडी भेजो। मतलब इतना सिली क्वेश्चन था। यूआईडी मतलब कोई भी किसी का भेज सकता है, मतलब देख के आप भी मेरा भेज सकते हो। तो मुझे वो चीज़ पढ़ के बहुत हंसी आई कि यार तो सच्ची में बच्चा है यार ये
तो उन्होंने मेरे को फिर डायरेक्ट अप्रोच किया। मेरी तरफ से तो ओके था, कोई दिक्कत नहीं टीम में जाने में, बट परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है पेरेंट्स से भी, क्योंकि तब थोड़ा यंग था मैं ज़्यादा ही। तो फौजी भाई घर पे आए, तो फौजी ने बात की मम्मी पापा से कि ये अच्छा खेलता है, ये आगे भी अच्छा खेल सकता है, ग्लोबली भी इसमें पोटेंशियल है करके। एज अ बिग ब्रदर उन्होंने समझाया कि मैं उसको छोटे भाई की तरह ही ध्यान रखूँगा। तो फिर मम्मा थोड़ा सा तब रिलैक्स हुई कि ठीक है थोड़ा जा सकते हैं करके। मेरा बस एक ये बेसिक कंडीशन है, मेरे साथ मेरे एक दोस्त थे जो मेरी पुरानी टीम में थे, गिल्ड भाई, तो हम दोनों साथ में रहेंगे।
उस समय मैं कॉलेज में जस्ट एंटर किया था। घर वाले तो पूरा खिलाफ थे, गेम खेलता है रहता है, कुछ करता ही नहीं है, क्या मिल जाएगा गेम में। तो जब मैंने भैया को बोला ना कि भैया ऐसे ऐसे होता है, स्पोर्ट होता है, और भाई इसमें पैसे भी कमा सकता हूँ, तो भैया बोले कि चल ट्राई कर ले, तेरे को मैं सपोर्ट करूँगा।
फौजी भाई, मैं, बाला भाई और गिल्ड भाई, हमारी मेन लाइनअप ये थी। तो उस टाइम हम सब घर से खेलते थे, बट जैसे जैसे मेजर टूर्नामेंट आते गए तो हमारे को बूट कैंप की नीड पड़नी थी। मतलब वो बेसिक हमें सिनर्जी अगर ज़्यादा करनी है इस बड़े टूर्नामेंट के लिए तो ज़्यादा सिनर्जी लगेगी।
तो हमने डिसाइड किया कि हम दिल्ली में बूट कैंप बनाते हैं, और एक फ्लैट पे हमने सब कुछ किया। यहाँ पे हम कुछ टाइम के लिए रहे। हमें जो प्रॉब्लम फेस करनी पड़ी यहाँ पर वो ये थी कि तो हमें रेंट देना पड़ रहा था, और उस टाइम पे हमारे लिए 18-20,000 देना एक बूट कैंप के लिए इंडिविजुअली के लिए, और वो भी काफ़ी लंबे समय तक जब हम पे अर्निंग सोर्स नहीं है इतना ज़्यादा।
तो हम लोगों ने अपना बूट कैंप पे खुद ही फंड किया, इन्वेस्ट किया पूरा अच्छे से। फिर वहाँ पे बूट कैंप पे हमने 2-3 महीने अच्छे से खेला। उसके बाद हमारे को अज्जू भाई भी मिले।
तो उनको भी कुछ स्पोर्ट्स के लिए कुछ करना था बहुत ज़्यादा, और उनसे बात करके ना एकदम वाइब टू वाइब मैच कर गई। जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने सपोर्टिंग दिखाया, फिर हमने उनके बैंड के अंदर खेलना स्टार्ट किया, और तब हम जाके टोटल गेमिंग में जुड़े। और हमें उस टाइम में प्लेयर चाहिए थे, तो मैंने देखा होता है कि भाई एस्टेक अच्छा प्लेयर, अच्छा खेलता है।
4 साल पहले FFPL समर हुआ था, तो उसमें TG स्पोर्ट्स चैंपियन बनी थी। तब से मैं उन्हें देखता था। फिर उसके बाद 4 साल बाद मुझे फौजी भाई कांटेक्ट करते हैं कि मैं टीम बना रहा हूँ वापस, तो तू आएगा तो बता। तो ऑब्वियसली फौजी भाई के साथ मैं साथ हो गया।
तो एस्टेक हमें आइजिल मिला, शेंके में रशर मिला।
एस्टेक मेरा एक मतलब अच्छा दोस्त था पहले से ही। तो मेरे पे ऑफर्स थे बाकी टीम के भी, बट एस्टेक के साथ मैंने कंटिन्यू करना ज़्यादा अच्छा समझा, क्योंकि एस्टेक के साथ पहले से ही सिनर्जी, कोऑर्डिनेशन, एवरीथिंग वाज सेट। तो फिर मैंने TG ज्वाइन करी। पहले मेरा ग्राइंड सोलो ही हुआ करता था, यहाँ पे आके सब साथ में ग्राइंड करते थे, तो अच्छा था।
हमारे आपस की बॉन्डिंग वो लिटरली आज भी ऐसा है कि छोटे भाई बड़े भाई जैसे हमारी बॉन्डिंग रहने वाली है। टूर्नामेंट तो आज नहीं कल जीत जाएंगे, लेकिन जो एक भाईचारा, जो ब्रदरहुड हमारे अंदर, वो काफ़ी शानदार रहने वाला।
फिर अचानक से अनाउंसमेंट हुआ 1 CR का मैच टूर्नामेंट आ रहा है, FFMIC FIFA मैक्स करवा रहे हैं।
हमने काफ़ी लंबे समय तक वेट किया टूर्नामेंट का, अब वो टाइम आ चुका है। अगर अब नहीं तो कभी नहीं।
FFMIC के जर्नी में तो अप्स एंड डाउन्स बहुत सारे थे।
Week 1 started with 48 teams, but today on the last day of week 1, we have only 9 more slots who will qualify to week 2. Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. My name is Lucifer. With me on desk is Arka as we start things off for Group D.
Group D with 12 teams, few undergods and few well-known teams are going to clash it out to make sure only 9 go forward. And we have always seen, when we come to the last week of every phase of every tournament, there's always some kind of a drama which unfolds, and hopefully we won't see any kind of disappointments today. But yes, Sam, until now, all the fan favorite teams have made it through.
Yes, so far they've done. Invited teams have qualified. City qualified teams have also managed to qualify. But today, Arka, to be honest, maybe because it's the last day and especially us being on desk, we want to see something a little spicy, a little bit maybe an upset that we are kind of foreshadowing or foreseeing. Do you think the same?
I mean, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I still feel like, I really want the T1 teams to go forward a bit more. Yes, but the undergods, they know what they're doing, right? For those who are tuning in, we're just gonna, explain you the tournament timeline for now. We all know the city qualifiers, the FFC mode. We've completed all those, and today we stand at the last day of week 1. Week 2 is going to be kicking off in the next week, and after which we're going to be left out with just few teams who will enter into the knockout stages.
Knockout stage starts from the March 20th and all the way till our April 5th is when you end up seeing the knockout stage. But after that, teams have a big resting period, or I would say grinding period, because that's when the stakes get even higher, Arka, because it's time for the grand finals, which is going to be on the 25th April and 26th April.
Yeah, 25th and 26th. The 2 different days, people might think that, why are 2-day grand finals? Because, one is a point rush and one is a champion rush. But the special thing about champion rush, right? There's no end to it. Anybody who gets a booyah only after reaching the champion rush, that is when we're going to be crowned champion. But yes, let's look at the format of the tournament to understand how things have taken place so far and how it's going to be looking forward as well, because the knockout stages, that is where things get spicy.
It does. It started with it being interesting already when we saw our FFC mode and city qualifiers, because a lot of teams who wanted to make it through did have a little bit of a hiccup, but then eventually made it across, because that happened during the city qualifiers itself. Through the 4 different corners of our country, we ended up scouting for the best 4 teams, and the others all had to come through FFC mode, and a lot of well-known names did make it through, thankfully. But after week 1, when we ended up seeing the 48 along with the invited teams, Arka, they have been now eliminated, or I would say maybe fine-tuned and filtered out of the bottom 3, meaning only the top 9 from Group A, B and C have made it to the next stage, that is going to be next week, week 2, where we'll meet a best of 36 once today's top 9 also join them.
Yeah, the 36 teams will be divided further into 3 groups, that is 12 teams each. Remember this math, because it's going to be very important as we explain further, because these 18 teams do not get disqualified or do not go home directly, because after the 3 days of round robin, the top 12 teams will play the day 1, amongst which 2 teams will go forward, and after which the 10 teams will be accompanied with the 13th and the 14th position teams on day 2. Furthermore, we're going to continue the same kind of a format where 2 more teams will go forward. On the 3rd day, we're going to have 15th and the 16th team coming in, 2 more go forward, and finally on the last week, we're going to have the 17th and the 18th team coming in, and that means we're going to have the final 12, from which 6 would have already reached the grand finals.
Yeah, the last 6 who would reach the grand finals, they do not do it on the week 3 day 1. They have to go through the next 3 days, 6 games per day, and then on the overall standings come towards the top 6, Arka, meaning a lot more efforts and grinding that needs to be done, a lot more fights, and maybe even some rivalries that could brew up, because of which some teams might get eliminated right before the grand finals, because that's when, after we end up seeing the best top 6 qualify from week 3 after their 18 games, we see our grand finals, which is going to start having 2 days. We already spoke about that. One is point rush and the other is champion rush. And what do you wonder when you think about point rush? A lot of you might have doubts, but it is called point rush because the team who will be at the overall standing will get a head start, Arka.
Yeah, the day of the point rush, a certain number of games is going to be played, and by the end of it all, the overall standing is going to predict which team will start the grand finals final day with 10 points in their lobby. So, having that head start is always a boost in confidence, right? Then the point rush will become so much more closer to you that it'll be up for grabs. Yes, the second team will get 7 points, the third team will get 5 points, the fourth team, so on. And if you're from the 7th to the 12th position, you walk away with nothing, but you can better prepare yourself for the final day.
Anything can happen. The final day is the champion rush. Once you have the head start, the addition or the advantage for the teams with this additional points is going to be they can reach faster to this condition, the criteria, the champion rush, which is 80 or plus points on any given game that they reach. From there, if their next consecutive game is a booyah, they instantly become champions. Going back, reiterating to TEZ FFMIC 2025, it was 6 games and IQ Total Gaming managed to make it. Can they do it once more? But looking at the current season, Arka, it seems like we could go the distance with this.
Absolutely. I don't think so. Any team is going to allow one team to attain that booyah as soon as they reach the champion rush. Previously, we did not see the team with the points, champion rush point were targeted, but this time I'm expecting something like that to take place because the competition is getting tighter. We are able to see that more teams are trying to be more explosive, all thanks to the new meta as well. But what are they fighting for, right? Ultimately, it all comes down to the bread and butter. They're playing for the prize pool of 1 crore rupees, amongst which the biggest chunk will be taken away by the champions themselves, 35 lakh rupees.
Big chunk that is indeed. And the runner-up also gets the next best, that is going to be 17 lakhs, but there is still a lot for everybody to take away home. It's going to be a 6-digit prize money from the 3rd place till the 6th place, starting from 7 lakhs going to 5, 4 lakh 30 and 4 lakhs respectively. This is the top 6, meaning how you ended up seeing right now the teams being invited, the best 6 from TEZ FFMIC 2025. This is going to be TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring top 6 who will get a part of this prize pool, but that's not the only one. There's still teams till the 16th place, Arka, who end up getting a 6-digit part of the prize money all the way till 1 lakh, but there are 17th and 18th position teams as well. For people wondering, wait, you guys said 12 in the grand finals, what is this 18? It is all the way till the knockout stages, meaning the best 18 teams that we end up seeing after week 2, you still get a part of the prize money.
This is what I love the most, the more is given to the community because of this. And finally, let's not forget the grand final MVP is going to get 1,50,000 rupees, and the knockout stages to make things much more interesting. Every single day, a team which tops the table might be walking away with 10,000 rupees as well. Okay, we all know this, we all know the point system, we all know how teams can attain those points, but still, for the newcomers out there, we're just going to explain it once again. The team to attain the booyah will get 12 points, the team to follow up will get 9, and then so on. It's going to dwindle down until the 10th position team is going to walk away with just 1 point. Whereas the rest of the teams from the 11th and the 12th position who don't have any kind of points can rely on something called eliminations.
And this is for all the viewers who are joining in new for Free Fire Max as well to understand what's happening here. It's very interesting. This is for you to understand. Once you start getting your favorite teams, you start supporting in the chat, and how do they qualify based on these points. Plus additionally, it is the elimination point, which we have seen being so heavy so far in our previous 3 groups. But there could be a tiebreaker so far, Arka. It has not happened yet, but it starts with number of booyahs. If it's not matching, then if it's matching, total eliminations. If that matches, then it's going to be the final position in the last game. But with that said and done, there is one more criteria that all these players from every team needs to fulfill, is one unique active skill, which sets the entire competition apart, and also a mixture of active characters that we end up seeing along with passives as well.
Yeah. And I feel that from the time one unique active skills has come into play, there has been so much changes in the game style of every single team out there. Nonetheless, the meta is kind of supporting this, making sure that the teams go a bit more aggressive with all that revival coming in as well. But to understand this better, like how the eliminations have been going, I would like to see, through the maps, how teams have been performing. Which among these maps are actually attaining more eliminations. And to a shocker, I'm able to see that Nextera is the team which has got the highest action so far. It's raked up almost 325 eliminations in total.
Yeah, teams in next era have picked up a lot in terms of elimination, as you said, highest, but the lowest goes towards Purgatory at 235. Almost, I would say, a difference of 100 that we see between these
90,
two,
yeah.
exact to be, you could say 90, but we also see Kalahari tagging along with Nextera, and this was one of the reasons I was also kind of trying to contemplate of looking at the games so far played in the previous 3 days. Arka, Nextera was only played once when we started off as the first game for the day, but after that, every time that we have seen it, it's been towards the last few games, like the second last or towards the halfway mark, along with Kalahari, and that is one of the reasons I feel where teams are getting comfortable, they pick up a lot of points. But surprising to see Bermuda go down to 266 along with Purgatory, where we see a lot more action. But I think that also now when we look at this statistics, right, if it's the recent maps, are the teams able to cope up? Because so far, to be honest, Arka, the teams who have started off in game 1 and game 2 have not always concluded towards the end of the day as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But the smaller maps have got more eliminations. I'm happy with it. Sulara with 288 and Kalahari having a 308. But today, we're going to witness the teams, right? Which are the teams which will be clashing it out in the group stages of week 1, day 4. This is going to be Group D, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off, we have some big names. We've got Headhunters, Olympians, GYAN Gaming, and Godlike Esports, because this is where a lot of fan followings are expecting Godlike to replicate their performance in the previous tournament, but they would want them to lift the trophy this time.
Yeah, they did miss out that opportunity last time, Arka. A lot of hopes was there when they qualified from the group stages, knockout and all of it. But hey, things could be different. But even with the new name team that we are seeing, GG Instinct, who managed to qualify from the city qualifiers of Kolkata, earlier known in the last season as Visista Esports, now playing as GG Instinct, it's going to be interesting to see this set of lads, what they can brew up, because there's a lot weighing on their shoulders after what they did during the finals, along with a FFC mode #1 team, that is Oligarchs.
Yeah, and we're going to be looking at the lineups because, you know, whenever I look at the players, I just get reminded of one thing. There was one player who played like a hooligan in the lobby, and that was from the side of Team Soul, right? We all know, you know, he was able to rake up more than 45 points, right, Vota? So I'm looking forward to any other name which is on the screen which can replicate that. Godlike Esports is going to be one of those teams which has got a player like that. Eco, we have seen Nobita, we have seen Yogi, they've shown their prowess before. Are you expecting something similar with any other team out here?
I think maybe we end up seeing from Headhunters, because the newest addition, Vincent, coming in from Jaunty Gaming, that's interesting. Along with them is going to be Olympians, another invited team that we end up seeing in Group D, and having Manish from God's Reign. Two very familiar names, powerful players, but they have a lot as well to do, because as you said about Vota, so far players have come close but not in that limelight. But going to the second page, we have GW-MANISH, another team very familiar in the circuit, but can they make it all the way till the knockout? Can they go towards week 2? Is there going to be an upset alongside Oligarchs, who, as I said, FFC mode #1, the team who positioned themselves at the top Arka to qualify?
Oh, that brings so much of expectations, right? Oligarchs, it seems like, you know, they're like the loose bulls in this lobby. They don't have to worry about anybody else. They know they've been one of the best team to qualify, so probably they'll look forward for that aggression. Speaking of aggression, we also have GW-MANISH team, you know, who are well known for their controlled aggression. They try to, you know, execute a plan, which and slowly and steadily the plan plays off so well that they walk away with both placement points as well as position points. Aura Esports as well, a big name, you know, a lot of pressures on their shoulder, but I do believe our friend would have chosen the best from the country.
Let's take a look what they do. We did have an underdog of DW Live, and these teams which are underdogs, they come under a little bit of a brutal swing, if you would want to say, is the cutoff. And right in front of our screens is that so far what has happened in the previous 3 groups. Group A had the cutoff at 60 points. Group B had it at 42 points and Group C at 58. And now we are trying to understand what do we get towards at Group D, because the teams in Group A and Group C took away a lot of points, even though it seemed well balanced. But you couldn't ever predict which team might qualify, which might not. But whereas in Group B, it was kind of predictable, and that is one of the reasons we end up seeing this cutoff at 42. So what do you think, Arka, where we see Group D at?
Group D, I would like to stick with the basics, right? I'm expecting somewhere around 50 itself. A north of 55 and a south of 50, to be frank, because in Group A and Group C, we had teams at the very top of the table dominate most of the time. So I guess that is one of the reasons why we see such a big number. Whereas in the center, that is Group B, we saw that every single team out there fought until the end. So it was a little bit different. But yes, all of that depends on the maps they're going to be playing today. The game schedule is as follows. We're going to start things off at Solara. We're going to go to Purgatory and then Nextera. And luckily, today, we might witness more eliminations in the final two map being the basic.
Now, as we did see the highest amount of eliminations per map so far in Group A, B and C, Nextera and Kalahari. They're in their sweet spots of a halfway mark for Nextera and Game 5 being Kalahari. So today as well, I expect, Arka, to be honest, that these could be the high scoring games in terms of elimination, the teams who pick up a booyah. It could also be a staging of a comeback for a certain amount of teams, which did happen. Yesterday, day before, when we started on day one, a lot of teams, because of their individual games, towards the end of the day, maybe game 5, maybe game 6, they managed to qualify. Do we have one such instance in day 4? Group D is something that we have to wait and watch, because we're still not completely sure where these players and teams will be going, but at least we'll get an input based on these preferred drop spots.
Yep, a bit of a cluster towards that Bloomtown as well as the TV tower. Yesterday we did see that even though the drop spot seems to be interesting, few teams have chosen to shy away from fight, because they all know that sometimes you need to have all foremen standing, prepare, have a plan before you get into action. Solara, it's always been one of those maps, but most of the teams would want to have a good start being the first map of the day. You know, I like the circle ending towards the TV tower region, because there's so much of space on the upper floors, and then you have the undergrounds from where you can fight. So I'm hoping to see a circle ending there.
Let's hope it does, but I think, as you said, eyes all on Bloomtown if we end up seeing a big cluster happening, because in terms of your initial games, right, this generally happens to try and kind of have a litmus test. Teams do get closer to opponents to figure out where they are in terms of their fighting strategy. How do we kind of push them off? Do we get eliminations in front of this team? And once they have an idea, then they tread their approaches in the next ongoing games. For the time being, that is the preferred drop spots that we've seen. Could likely change based on teams understanding, hey, do we want to take an early fight? Do we want to play the long survival game from the start and then switch over to our action-packed performance? All of this will unveil very soon. But Arka, now we are ready for Group D. We have had more amount of ideas, players, all of it. And one simple thing in my mind, do we still have an upset?
Don't put me there, man. Every time you put me in that block, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. But somewhere I feel, the T1 teams, if they don't get that initial start which is required, they might fumble, because we saw Assassin Army, a lot of expectation on this team, but yet they failed because they did not have such a great start. It all depended on the final performance in the last map, and they couldn't perform over there, and due to which they failed to qualify. So I don't want any such bad news going into any boot camps out there, but nonetheless, I believe that it's time for us to see our predictions and understand what are your expectations for the day. Yes, Godlike is going to be the fan favorites for now. You've got I'm going with GW-MANISH and Headhunters on the other side, because in the latest scrims I'm able to see them do so well. But you come up with two different names. Any justifications?
No, Oligarchs, just being plain and simple, FFC mode, #1.
Yeah.
It has to be. And we know Team Tycoons, now they might be Olympians, but their routing still stays the same, is what I believe. That aggression that we ended up seeing during that time is going to be coming in very soon again, Arka. And once they start, we know it's very tough to stop them. It's like a steam engine, which once started, the only way to stop it is once that coal is run out. That is the only way to put Olympians down. And that is one reason I have confidence. And young lads, so Boiling Blood, they should be ready for a lot gearing up. But these are our predictions. You could also make yours in the chat and let us know if maybe you think somebody else can pick up their booyah in the very start of this game, because it's time. It's Solara, Arka, the very first game for Group D. They have to understand only top 9 make it. The others, they get disqualified.
No, before we step into Solara, right? I feel that the teams from Group D would have watched the first three, groups very carefully. They would have understood which are the teams, how are they losing momentum, what kind of a composure is important for the lobby, and so does some undergods as well. They would have also, seen how to tackle these T1 teams. Where do they fumble? Which are the circles which have been hectic for us to, kind of avoid and make sure you come up with some plan. So all those homeworks is going to come so much in handy if you have done any. But yes, when you have some hooligans in the lobby in the name of godlike, let it be oligarchs who have done so well in the FFC, I feel that there might be some fear in the hearts of the new underdogs.
Yeah, I think when we talk about any team who are in the top rankings of the FFC mode, it does tell us about how they managed to get there, because there were numerous teams and players trying to fight it off, and only 38 made it. And on top of the 38, you're sitting at the very tippity top. That tells a lot about your team. But now again, we've spoken about this, I think, from Group A's match 1 itself, Arka, that teams might be very familiar in how they play and how good they are, but when it comes to the first game, there's always that nervousness, right? Nervous 99 that we end up seeing, and teams have a tad bit of issue starting things off. I hope there's no starter trouble right as of now. But one more thing that I was wondering, if we are now almost at Group D, and as you mentioned that teams have seen how teams are going to be playing, how they've played, how they managed to qualify, but we are starting on Solara.
I still feel that they'll try to risk it out, because the final few maps are going to be Kalahari and Bermuda, so they'll be like default maps, we know how it's going to be played. So I think Solara is what we're going to give 100%. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the first map of the day. It's going to be Solara this time, and this makes it so much more interesting, because the flight path itself is making sure that every single team out there can get to their respective drop locations.
We start with the fans itself. Godlike is the ones, and they've already taken a dip and they're moving down hill, getting to their drop spot. But before them, we've already seen 4am who are at Windmill. We see Oligarchs at Delta Isle. TV Tower, which we kind of thought there could be a cluster. As of now, it's not seeming to be. Godlike, they've gone towards Bloomtown, and Aura are close to them, so that could be the clash. And GYAN Gaming, they are close by, but look at Olympians. It seems a little back and forth. Amin went in the other direction, then went back towards his teammates. Let's hope it works out, because they're not the only ones in that position. There's Blackbirds as well.
Oh, Godlike versus Aura. The two big bulls locking horns, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike gets in closer. They'll be getting the best of Satyam. Puts him down, but Legend retaliates perfectly with that shotgun. But will that be enough? Because Nobita comes in closer. He's got the deadly Uzi, the damage Legend. He's going to be backstab, put down, and confirmed as well. With Godlike getting 2 in the name, I do believe that Aura will look forward to retaliate soon.
They will, and they should, because in the early game, you still have an opportunity of staging a couple of eliminations in your favor, moving it in the other direction. But it seems like Godlike, the start they've had, they're ready for a chase. Yuvraj is making a run, trying to go away, but with the UAV, they have an idea of where Yuvraj is. Huzaifa as well. He's picked up a bike, should be able to pick up his teammate, but for the time being with the Nero plushie, Eco doesn't want him to get away, and he's spotted. He's out in the open. There is no way he's going to be running away from the tower. A dash from Marco, and P90 should do the deed. For the time being, Marco, the amount of health he lost, he was like, wait, no, I'm not giving away a knock, at least yet.
Yeah, absolutely. The presence of Bind has been phenomenal from the side of Godlike now. But Yuvraj, he's been playing that mind game, trying to run away, buy some time for his teammates to get in closer. But I don't think so Godlike is going to let them breathe, because sad news is he lost another player close by. And Godlike, oh my goodness, they've started to show some glimmers of domination.
Indeed have. This is the Godlike that everybody would expect and would want to see. They've started picking up eliminations. So do Headhunters, along with GG Instinct. Swaroop grabbing some eliminations, causing trouble. And we can see Aura, who are already in trouble. Along with that, we end up seeing DW live as well with their last survivor. This early game on Solara, we know it's a smaller map, forcing teams to fight. And what a force of eliminations that we have seen from a spree of teams.
Force of eliminations, and then all of a sudden Godlike are now in the crosshairs of Blackbirds. We're trying to swoop down, but are they challenging the gods at the wrong time? Because as of now, they're looking more promising than any other team out there. They've got 5 eliminations. Headhunters are following up closely. Whereas, BBs have just got one in the name. A clever move. They go to the arsenal nearby. They understand it's more about, stacking up first, have the right kind of inventory before we get into war. I like this approach. Whereas on the other side, Identicals, another young team, is looking forward for an early fight.
With Gopu, that too from Olympians, they have him surrounded. Shots from Mayank, then his teammate pushes ahead and Sohail managed to pick up that elimination. Quick on it, but his teammates, they have come in as reinforcements. Do Identicals have an idea? Shots being taken from Mayank as he did spot them on the railing. Thankfully, Manish and Amin go in the other distance.
Ooh.
But I did see one more player who was still close by holding it off. But Identicals, with the confidence they have after finishing off Amin, they're going in for another. They're pushing for it. And it could help out here.
Oh, I hope so. But for now, Sohail is going to be stopped in his tracks. He tries to run away with that Oscar dash. But look at how the retaliation is coming in from the other side. They bought some time and then they re-strategize. They're like, you know what? We need to stick together because on the other side, at a distance, the gods are singing the songs of death as they come in closer. Yogi with that AC-80 lands one and gets a confirmation. Nobita and Marco are like, you know what? Let's step in and start assaulting. They get another one in their name. And guess what? OP on the other side. Gopu says, run away from this spot because on the other side is Godlike.
And it ended up becoming a four-way clash, but right now, after clearing this spot off, Godlike are ready for another. This spot, GYAN Gaming. GYAN Gaming, they invite this team for a battle, and Nobita, you can see, he is going around with his Max 7, looking forward to an opening, but Ninja finds one, and even Marco going down. This could be trouble. It's up to Nobita and Yogi to pull this back, and Yogi is with full confidence, surging forward, going ahead, but he's playing with only a Uzi. I don't think that could work out. Eventually it didn't as Insane puts him down and the last player Nobita had to cut this fight off, go in the other direction to revive his teammates because this was a very unfortunate clash that Godlike thought they were on top of, but GYAN Gaming strategized well.
Oh, I just love what Godlike did there. They left Yogi close to the enemies and he surrounded himself with so many glue walls, they forgot about Nobita, who's, who escaped so nicely, went to the nearest vending machine and immediately went for that revival. And with that, I believe GYAN Gaming, the more time they spend trying to find that final pair of Godlike, the rest of the team is just going to regroup and retaliate. Yes, abilities have been used, his location has been compromised, but Nobita is going to be happy for what he has done so far.
Revive the teammates, as you said. Yes, going to be happy, but for how long? Eventually that he did buy time, but however, eliminations being grabbed by GYAN Gaming. They make it to a total of 4, and one man who's done it is going to be insane. He's the elimination leader of the lobby right as now here in Solara. That was 4 big eliminations to start off. GYAN Gaming looking super strong. Along with them, I do see on the feed that Blackbirds, they're picking up eliminations as well. Initially, they looked at only 1, but now they have total of 3. GW-MANISH cannot be said the same because Oligarchs, they have 4 whereas GW-MANISH, they're still trying to start things off.
Oligarchs, a slow start. I like this approach from the Undergods because if you ask me, being qualified as the #1 team from FFC, but still making sure that, you understand the lobby better. It's not necessary for us to take any kind of unnecessary fights. Yes, sometimes it can go our way or sometimes it might go, the opposite way. So holding on to their horses, slowly looting, making sure that, they try to fight in the final circles, I believe has been the key to their success. But for now, I can see a bit of action taking place on the western and the eastern side. But this time it's 4 a.m. and AG, and on the other side it's Blackbirds versus DW.
As now the circle moves centric. Not like yesterday of what we ended up seeing. Big shifts, especially towards Purgatory. But for now, DW Live, they're in trouble. Not coming in, and that's from Blackbirds. Blackbirds led by Radhe Thakur, a veteran in FFM, and now he's going towards another qualification. He did make it to the LAN last time in the grand finals, but can he make it once more with this new squad that he has? Puts down Bully. Along with him, Jerry also goes down. Blaze as well. Big shots coming in from Radhe Thakur and Predator. And one last survivor. He did try to run away. Thankfully, he's done it for the time being. But the whole squad make it to a total of 6 in terms of eliminations for Blackbirds.
Radhe Thakur, huge respects to this lad because he's one of the most experienced in this lobby. And let me remind you, when we saw Pahadi build up a beautiful team and they step into Seoul, I was expecting something similar from Radhe Thakur, and what he's doing out here is exceptional. Leading the fight from the front and making sure that he leads by example and not by force. Gets 3 elimination over here, made sure that He carries his team together, and I believe that if they continue to play like this, we can expect them to have a cakewalk into the next round.
While what they started ended up being the end, as Olympians, not Olympians, Oligarchs ended up picking the final elimination on DW Live. That is the first team to be eliminated. Unfortunate that the start has not been great. But for the time being, we also want to see what the Headhunters in their start could do. They are now taking a couple of shots against Olympians, and Olympians trying to keep themselves in distance because they do not want this to be a close combat. If it does happen, Headhunters will rush, try to eliminate majority of the players, and Headhunters with X-Divine leading this charge. He did lead last time with Soul, and now might look forward to a lot more. But with the bold maker call, they say, let's buy some time, let's not quickly rush, make any mistakes, and they're back into a compound.
Yeah, I like that split, right? In the minimap, we're able to see that one player is away from the rest, and he's the one who's been the eyes of the team. He's giving information, he's been watching the enemies closely, so he's like, you know what, I believe that we've still got a chance here. So wait it out, stay under covers, let's strike when everything falls in its place. Whereas on the other side, I see two big names coming in closer. It's going to be BB versus Oligarchs, the experience versus the Undergods. Which among these teams are going to survive? Because that big cluster towards the Bloomtown seems to be real.
Right, as of now, a big cluster as the circle is just shifting centric. One team out of it is going to be GG Instinct. Did pick up a couple of eliminations, so they could be comfortable, but they need to get in. There is the Arvon Dinoculars being used, pinging players' position, and on top of it, we saw one already, and another one right now indicating the position of another team. It could make a lot more trouble. It's slowly shifting, this time towards the southern western end, but for the time being, Headhunters, they still keep taking the shots and now find another team. That's going to be Blackbirds, Radhe Thakur. Can he lead towards another phenomenal conversion here to eliminate a whole squad? Vincent keeping his eye. What a shot coming in. This is the reason you said he's the eyes, because once he takes a shot, he's going to make sure he pins you guys down.
Now, the most important thing is Headhunters, they've gone in for a divided attention. They're looking at BBs as well as OP. I don't know whether that's a good approach, because once both these teams get to know that there's one team in a single compound, what they'll try to do is either attack them directly or gatekeep them with an early rotation. So Headhunters, they need to be careful, because there's another team approaching from the western side, and this time it's GW-MANISH, the slow lurkers, the team which plans out well. I believe that, you know, if you get caught with this team, they're just going to crush you with the proper plan.
GW-MANISH did not have information. Flame, he tried to come out in the open and instantly got hit with the Riptide Rhythm. And now you see trouble brewing. Awake, he did get knocked, but instantly another knock was received to Roshan. Arsh also being knocked. So for the time being, Headhunters have to block the window where so much trouble was being caused. Olympians, this could have been their opportunity to move up close, but Divine, he thinks he could move up close, pushes further, but another bold maker being used. Now that could change the approach. Divine still thinking in his approach towards a fight at Olympians, but Olympians have not even treaded out of the compound that they've been holding in. They've been very comfortable. However, GW-MANISH, not the same story, as they're trying to get closer.
Some landmines have been set already by Vincent, and that's what they'll have to be careful about. GW-MANISH, they're coming in closer, but they're taking their time. There's a landmine, and it explodes with one player very low on HP, and the gun is just going to land between his skulls, and he gets taken down. Roshan on the other side goes in for a quick revival. GW-MANISH, they're going to tuck their tails and run away from this position as Aladdin and Noxious. And Noxious, look at that, very low on HP, gets knocked out because of the zone, and it's left out with just one last man. And Headhunters, they understand that there might be another one coming in, approaching. Oh my goodness, 2 shots from Ash, and both of them connects perfectly to the head.
Instantly pushes the players of Olympians back. But along with that, GYAN Gaming, they cause a lot of trouble. With that, we end up seeing GG Instinct also being eliminated. Headhunters, while they did do the gest here of pushing back both GW-MANISH and Olympians within the blink of an eye, and now everybody is fearing whether they get closer or not. But Blackbirds, they are ready. They want more action. They're closing the gap. And Mokria, looking for information, scouting out the stairs, lands of across these grasses, making sure that once they have information, they can strike hard.
They're taking their time. They see 2 teams out here, right? Aladdin is there. Probably he's going to hide for the longest time possible. If he gives us footsteps, then the story can be different. And finally, his location gets compromised and they're like, you know what, should we head back hunting him down since he's going deep into the zone? I don't think so. They're going to be interested in that one elimination. Whereas on the other side, now they push. Now they make sure they get closer to the circle, because I don't think so that after this, any team can sustain the damage of the zone. So GG, GYAN Gaming, they need to be careful because there's been a barrage of skills being poured against them.
Right, as you know, there's 3 teams, Arka, who have picked up in terms of this blow, still managed to push to 10 eliminations. Godlike, Headhunters and GYAN Gaming. But right now, Blackbirds, they're trying to get closer to that double digits as well. There are a total of 8 eliminations, need 2 more. Radhe Thakur having 4 of it. Headhunters, meanwhile, they pick up the last player of Olympians. So Olympians, not a great start that they've had. Not even a single elimination to answer. But Blackbirds, they're now elimination hungry. They've moved to Headhunters, trying to push closer. But you could see how methodically Radhe Thakur is making this push. He's waiting for opportunities rather than running. But the nades coming across. Divine precision striking from his end. And 2 players are down on Blackbirds. Somi, the last man standing, pushes closer and it doesn't work. Unfortunate for Blackbirds. They wanted 10, but they only get pushed out at 8.
Oh, such a sad ending for them. I believe that they were kind of overconfident in that push, completely relying on the information of Radhe Thakur. And as soon as the UAV was deployed, rather than destroying that, they were so busy exchanging something with one another, probably, that, their location was compromised. But one good grenade, that's all it takes for you to knock an enemy. A good example being set by Headhunters. As they push towards the side of Godlike, it seems like they'll be tasting their own medicine, because GGs from the other side are actually lofting beautiful grenades towards them as Hatchet get closer to the jaws of death, because it's going to be Godlike who's going to be welcoming them. Look at that Yogi in close range. Gets one to the head. Insane on the other side puts Divine down on his knees, and Vincent will be the last man standing.
Headhunters in trouble. Vincent, the last one. 2 teams have picked off this side of Headhunters, but the fight is not yet done. GYAN Gaming, the team who could have been in trouble, but now in front of the crosshairs of Godlike. Nobita is down. Iko went for a revival, but his teammates have cleared the left flank and now moving towards the last 2 players of GYAN Gaming, Shubh and Insane. They've taken Iko and Yogi down, brought it down to a 1v1, and GYAN Gaming, they make it happen out of a 2v4 and pick this booyah.
Oh my goodness, a shocker of a result with man disadvantage. GYAN Gaming, they were surging with confidence and they go forward. One man singing the songs of death with that shotgun. Every single time he jumped, he flew like a dragon, he stung like a bee, and he made sure his team walks away with the booyah. Oh my god, what happened in those final moments, Sam?
I have no clue, to be honest, Arka. I saw Iko recovering Nobita over there. I thought it's back to a 4v4 clash, because on the other end, we ended up seeing Yogi and his teammates join. And it was bound to be a situation where GYAN Gaming should have been taken down, and we saw their player also getting knocked. But Shubo, man, the way playing that close range battle. Let's take a look at this last shot, the proper POV of how the players managed to make this happen. M249, a gun that has been used vividly so far in all the days of our group stages in week 1, and it's doing the damage. This machine gun that every player so far, especially in the final fight that we are seeing. Headhunters right here made an approach towards Godlike, but in between GYAN Gaming troubled them, and that became a problem for Headhunters. And Vincent, being the man who plays at range, couldn't keep the distance when it came to close range, and Shubo, he got up close, but help came in from Nobita. He's the one who got that elimination.
I mean, the kind of confidence. It's a 3v4 fight, but still they get in closer. Look at Insane using that time turner and then taking advantage of it. And then Shubo on the other side, he was cleaning, he was making sure he moans the lawn. And look at that, jump shots after jump shots. Insane and Shubo, the synergy was phenomenal between these 2 players, and ultimately they walk away with a big 30-pointer in the first map itself. 18 elimination speaks for itself with 12 position points.
30 bomber in the very first game. I'm scratching my head, Arka, to be honest. This was not thought. Very first game. And from a 2v4 situation. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Headhunters, I thought they could be the probable cause for a booyah going in either Godlike's favor. But that did not happen. I don't know what changed when Yogi was clearing on the left flank. I thought it was almost worked out in favor of Godlike, but Insane and Shubo, the way they played, these lads, and this is the reason when we said TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring is a complete different approach from various different teams. However, let's talk about all the points we've seen so far. 22 points coming in from Godlike, Blackbirds not bad, still 13, Oligarchs at 12, but from there on, 4AM Esports to all the way till at least Olympians, we see numbers. But Aura as well with 3 total points. However, DW Live, the first team to be eliminated, have nothing. But having a lot to say was Insane being the MVP with a total of 9 eliminations, and in the very first game 3,866 damage, Arka.
Insane, living by his name, playing insane out here from GYAN Gaming. What an approach for this game. He was not at all bothered of who was the opponents. What were they doing? Are they involved in a third party? Are they full on HP? He was like, you know what? You want an opening? I'm going to give you that. 6 assists, 9 elimination, using that chrono to the fullest potential. That was the best part. And guess what? He's got a Thiva as well. Amongst those fights, he made sure that he revives somebody, uses the time turner, made full potential of it, you know, and then moving in and out of it. I don't know, man. This guy, unstoppable, to be frank.
Unstoppable indeed, and it has to go for even the team booster being used by both these players, making sure their survival, their tank ability is going to be at its best. Shubo playing the Oscar, the reason he could dash, and we can see a very good similarity, right? Except for the Thiva change that we end up seeing on Insane as well as J-Beebs towards Shubo. Every other skill in terms of their passive is same, in terms of their pet is same. It's only the active and one passive skill that's a change. Arup went out a little too early when they were going for a rush, and that was because of Yogi. Ninja, we wanted to see a lot coming in from his end, being a sniper. Not as much as we could see also on the stats here. Only 1 elimination, 2 assists, 2 knockouts as well, but he is still given the damage, meaning the team is still averaging around close to 2,000 damage with his 1,669.
No, Ninja using Suzy, right? That has caught my attention now. The Moneymaker, yes, it's a good ability that, you know, an enemy gets marked. But not only that, it's a clever approach if you ask me, because now they'll also be getting some additional money as well. So it becomes easier for them to, you know, go in for revival if necessary to a vending machine. But the circle analysis, I really want to know which amongst these circles was the most brutal. Yes, first circle as always will be, and we have seen a small dip in circle number 3. But in this group, I feel it was a different game altogether.
It was a very different game coming in, especially because how GYAN Gaming played. Initially, we were wondering of who could start picking up a lot in their favor, and we thought maybe Oligarchs should pick it up, Olympians should pick it up, but how GYAN Gaming played, whenever they moved around the circle, you could see any team who was close by, right, Arka, they were clearing them off. And once they made their way towards Archway, the last final fight that they had, they were still very nice in terms of their approach, and they were so quick. Even before Yogi pushed across around that hut, instantly Insane and Shubo put Nobita as well as Eco down, making sure the next fight that brews up is going to be a 2v2 situation. But Shubo was there once Insane went down, and Shubo managed to make that conversion happen. This was an indeed brilliant play coming through from GYAN Gaming in the very first game to make it to a 30 bomber as well as have insane stats. Tells us that they have an insane lineup itself. With that, do they continue it? Let's jump to the next game where we are talking about their preferred drop spots in Purgatory.
Purgatory. I mean, I'm still not over the first map, Solara, and I can't believe we're already stepping into Purgatory, man. Oh my god. Headhunters, even they had such a great start. We saw Blackbirds, Radhetaku's phenomenal gameplay, and now slowly and steadily we are able to see that these are the teams who are looking forward for a skirmish. Blackbirds very close to Godlike, and Identicals, if I'm not wrong, towards the eastern side. We've got GYAN Gaming, you know, a very good approach, to be frank, from the side of GYAN Gaming. But Forged region, I don't think so there's going to be so much of a cluster, because Lumber Mill, Fire Brigade and Central being so open, I believe that there's going to be some teams approaching to that region as well.
Yeah, I agree. To be honest, to see that empty island of Central is... yeah, that's not gonna happen, to be honest. These are just those spots that teams think, hey, maybe we'll go here, maybe throw I would say a boomerang for players to Do they go there? Do we have a fight to be worried about? Things like that. Maybe we end up seeing, for me, I feel like there should be a fight around Crossroads. It's a little bit of a hotspot in Purgatory, but one thing as we move towards Purgatory, Arka, I'm wondering of today's circle, of how it is going to move. So far, when we were discussing, before we started, when our whole talent pool was having a discussion, we were all worried about Purgatory. Let's see if Purgatory makes a change, but right now, a tad bit worried is going to be us both, because you can see we're going to make our predictions to see if it's going to be right or wrong. But we can see I've gone in for Headhunters. They were so very close. I'm still banking on Olympians, but with that, I've brought in GYAN Gaming. I've made sure that after what they did there, they should be here in our predictions. But you've kept Headhunters as same, but you have gone for Godlike as well as Oligarchs.
Oligarchs, obviously, because they're very aggressive team. We saw 10 points in the previous game just by eliminations, so they would have understood their mistakes, because if you're able to rank 1 in FFC, that means you have to have learned your mistakes very quickly and you've adapted very well. So I'm expecting them to do well in the second game. Godlike, obviously, because they are the wounded lion, right? They were cheated of that booyah in the final moment, so they'll be like, you know what, they're gonna steal that back again from GYAN Gaming. So that is one of the reasons why I've got these two. But again, Sam, Lucifer, it comes down to those small moments where you make mistakes, right? Where we saw Radhe Thakur going so close to the opponents and they did nothing over there. They just waited as a group behind a glue wall as well as a tree. I don't know what went wrong with this team.
I think they were, as you said, right, discussing about their next approach, that they'll go for an instant fight, but unfortunately they couldn't predict or be ready for a nade being tossed across from X Divine. That happened, and instantly everything started breaking apart. They couldn't push forward after that, and you could see the last player surviving wondered what he could do, because on top of all this happening, the zone was closing in their direction. So X Divine had that working, and Headhunters, as soon as they saw there was a knock on their opponents, they decided, hey, we do not have to be worried about this angle. Let's start moving towards the circle itself, and slowly they treaded in the right direction. But along with, I think, Blackbirds, a little surprise on Olympians. They were only able to pick 4 eliminations. They do a lot, right? I mean, after seeing that instant, I would say, elimination, I think that's the only way I could put it, because they were holding that compound for such a long time. After holding that compound, I thought maybe they're going to be able to jump against Blackbirds, knowing the information. Nothing happened. So a lot expected, but not attempted yet from Olympians, and that will be something that I'll look forward to.
I mean, Olympians, I believe they would, light the torch at the end of the day. They always prefer to do that. They might be looking for an average for now, but yes, I can expect them to do really well in the upcoming games. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. It is time for us to head into the next map as it gets prepared, the flight path as well. This is the deadly Purgatory, because it's a very, very big map. So far, we have always seen that there's not been so much of action in this lobby, but today we are expecting something different.
We are after what GYAN Gaming did, and we are with Shubho itself in the flight. But let's talk about the flight path cutting between the 2 islands. It's going all the way towards Keylord, so we will be seeing players drop towards Central. And yesterday's very interesting River Bridge approach, and we can see Aura as well as GG Instinct together at Mount Villa, clash that could happen. And whereas one player of Aura has moved in the other direction, but the fight has already broken out. Swaroop wants to find a knock, trying his best. He goes in closer. They do lose a lot of health, but Yuvraj again in a little bit of a mixer, as all the players from GG Instinct are surrounding him, and there is no way he could run. There could have been a chrono, but his elimination for sure is going to be found.
Such early action, and this time it's GG Instincts who have got a bit of a upper hand. And I do believe that, the key has been of each and every player sticking together. And that's what's happening on the other side. We see the Tiger, was far away, who thought that probably the best choice for me is, just in case the team goes south, I should be able to revive everybody else. But yes, since they're all back on their feet now, they look forward for some good, loot as well. Whereas on the other side, I can see the Divine gets busy, and this time they're making GG pay. Oh my goodness, GYAN Gaming, have they woken up on the wrong side of the bed suddenly?
But they did answer back on X Divine. That should slow things down, Arka, for the time being. You could see instantly going back to revive his teammate. Arsh doesn't want to give away that elimination. But GYAN Gaming, once they did lose the players, they did revive them. But it's not yet stopped with the VSS. Roshan, he spotted Insane, the man who was the MVP in the previous game, and right now seems like he could be taken on super early. Not gonna work when you're
wow.
running away in such an open vehicle. That was a free elimination. And XD1 on the other angle said, hey, I'm gonna make sure if he runs away in such a weapon, in such a vehicle which doesn't even have proper cover.
I mean, I like that approach as well. But before we continue, it's going to be Oligarchs. Again, they've also started to pick things up. Look at how widely they're spread in this map, but yet made sure the aggression is still up their sleeves. So, Oligarchs, I'm hoping to see them get a booyah, to be frank, because that one pinch behind their back is going to give them so much more to showcase in this lobby. Yes, for now, their location has been compromised, but I don't think so that's going to stop them in any way.
Interesting that we end up seeing Oligarchs put up a hit list and it goes towards Radhe Thakur itself. Another hit list being activated. This is by DW Live and it goes towards GYAN Gaming's Ninja. Interesting aspects coming through. DW Live especially need to act upon that hit list, Arka. They had 0 total points when they ended Game 1. Now Game 2 has already started and within the blink of an eye, they will not even remember when Game 2 got finished. It got ended. And maybe if they've not picked up points, they're at the halfway mark. So a lot to be thought about for DW Live and hopefully it works.
GW-MANISH. Now they are interested for a fight and in front of them is going to be OP. One player gets taken down. Nobody else found in the vicinity means obviously it's a free picking for them. GW-MANISH as well, not such a great run if you ask me in the previous game. Since, I was expecting them to do a little bit better. Yes, we did see that approach of a controlled aggression, but they fell short because the aggression was not enough for a lobby like this.
But aggression, DW Live, they pick a player of Headhunters and now trouble for Divine. Close! Why did Divine just jump into a vehicle over there and now Roshan is in trouble, Jerry? He does get taken down, so for the time being, Roshan, he tries to fend it off, but his health is not that good. Klaus, the man who picked up that elimination, ready for another. Roshan, can he fend this off? No, say the side of DW Live, and another elimination. With that, they wipe out Headhunters. What a big surprise to this Purgatory game. The team who are in the top 3 and now are the first team out.
I mean, I'm kind of shocked, to be frank. I don't know how come Headhunters was so held up in one position. They were not split in a lobby like this where you can expect every single team out there to be, expecting some early action. Nevertheless, they're going to be learning the lesson the hard way. But for now, it's going to be Godlike getting in closer towards ID as Marco. He's been leading the fight from the front. And those Strobles, it's not doing any kind of damage to the opponents. But he needs to be careful because Lucifer, slowly and steadily, they're being confined from all different directions.
Mind would be pushed and in trouble. Identicals. Godlike is the challenge they have to face, and the challenge starts off with Yogi finding the first knock. Eco following that suit to put down the player with his own VSS. Thanks to the glue walls, they do get the player back up, but Nobita has surrounded them. Where do they go? In 2 different directions, hits coming upon them, and his teammate Darshan is in all the way downhill, but somehow an aggressive push coming in from Identicals puts down Nobita, but Marco instant clearance puts the player down, will get him back up, but Fireface, he gets closer, making sure the revive does not happen, confirms on Nobita, and Marco answers for it instantly, pushing the total to 7 eliminations, but Identicals, they're not backing down, and their backing down proves an advantage for Godlike. They decide that you keep the fight ongoing, we keep the elimination raking up.
Oh my god, Darshan, the last man standing, according to me, needs to be careful. If he shows even a pinch of his head, the story can be a little different. And there it is. A plushie goes to reveal his location as well to an extent. Darshan, he's got to be late. Marco gets in closer with that shotgun, tries to land one, misses things out. But from the other side, Eco says, hello, puts him down. And the confirmation comes in from the side of Firefist. Godlike, they're going to be reviving Nobita. But the best part is, the opponents were also clever enough to revive before they got down.
Yeah, Darshan was very quick. As soon as his teammates went down, the machine was right there, revived them, and then decided, hey, I'll fight it out now. I do not have to be worried about. Godlike, however, that was almost a close battle. They could have maybe, again, just like how we saw Headhunters going down, when they did lose out Nobita, but thanks to Marco, things turned around. Now we end up seeing the circle, Blackbirds and Godlike, they're the ones outside the zone, along with DW Live, who ended up managing to eliminate a whole squad, but the circle making another drastic shift, Arka, very close to where we ended the final circle yesterday, between the three islands itself.
I pray that the final circle goes to the waters because I want to witness one. It's been so long since I've seen, the shorelines being challenged. But yes, for now, it's going to be Oligarchs. They've been the talk of the town for this lobby, to be frank. Because this is one of those teams where a lot of the undergods are looking up to them as well. Because, they've been the FFC rank 1 team, but also one of those teams who have set an example of being the most aggressive in the lobby as well. So let's see whether that's the case. But HH, their elimination, the shocker, which came in so early.
And I was surprised once Divine went down. There was a lot that had to be worked about. But right now, working for another fight is GODLIKE, in trouble against Blackbirds. Somi is down on the other end. Predator is the man who's trying to make this work out. But Eco played it right. He revived his teammate. And now the last man standing will be cleaned off. What a game coming in from GODLIKE. Played first for revival, then went for the finish. They got the elimination and now wiped the team.
I wonder what's happening with Blackbirds. Are they too dependent on Radhe Thakur? That's going to be a very, very big question, which they'll have to answer soon. Because as soon as he gets taken down, it seems like they fall off like a pack of cards. I don't know what's happening with them. Whereas on the other side, GW-MANISH, they come in contact with another team and they get decimated so far. Klaus is able to land one. Aladdin retaliates perfectly. Whereas on the other side, Aladdin, again, another beautiful headshot with that sniper. Looks on towards the other side. Is waiting for another opportunity to shine out. As Blaze cooking up a grenade. It's going to be Aladdin. Needs to be careful. Shots another one. And Blaze, are you in trouble, my friend?
Yes. He gets surrounded by GW-MANISH's team, and that elimination will also be confirmed. Thankfully, one of their players, they did manage to make a runaway and will survive, will be able to revive the team. Now DW Live have 3 eliminations but cannot still go down early. This is the second game of the day. And if they don't pick up points here, it is going to put them in a lot more trouble moving forward. But good game coming through from GW-MANISH. The way they played that out, pushed the players of DW Live, and now they have an opportunity to go if they want against Olympians, because there is a hit list active as well.
And look at this. They got the arsenal for themselves, and what they're doing, they're not at all bothered what's happening in the lobby. They're like, you know what? I think this is the gun. Wait, no, I think I'll go with the Groza. Wait, that's a level 3, right? I think I need to exchange, keep both of it. And probably, this is the only chill team in the lobby right now who's taking their own sweet time to loot and probably wait for the final moments to pick up some finishes. It's not like they've not got any. I mean, it's 0 for now, but they are capable of something big.
They are. That's one of the reasons. They're taking it slow. They're taking it maybe in an approach to understand every other team, but this is not the course of action that I kind of thought with Manish joining the lineup. We've seen his aggression when he was in God's Reign, so a lot of expectations were already there on Manish. But right as you know, Olympians as a whole, and for them being Team Tycoons and TEZ FFMIC 2025 of what they did to now, complete different portrayal. But for the time being, identicals in a different approach in this game after getting 4 eliminations, getting ready for another fight against Oligarchs. And Oligarchs, the team who are already in trouble with GYAN Gaming, this could be the best timing for identicals to attack.
Brave is going to be the front line. He's going to watch the opponents come in closer, and then he's like, you know what, after you guys have flown, that is when I tried to jump. Kingston was in the air, but the bird was not taken down. But this time, is it Mayday for Brave as he goes in? Yes, it's Mayday as he gets taken down, and the confirmation is just going to follow up. Sohail was very happy to land that shot, but eventually, Identicals, it seems like they have been the most, most sensible ones in the lobby, to be frank, because they're clearing their backlines, they're looking forward for a single team, they're catching them off guard, picking up eliminations, and slowly making sure they have one part of the circle in their control.
And right as of now, we saw Oligarchs being eliminated. What is happening here in Group D? Teams, some of them have picked up pace. They've started understanding of what they need to do better. GYAN Gaming this time, they could be in big trouble. GODLIKE jumping towards them, and Ninja, before he could take a proper shot and land an opening, it is GODLIKE who push. They flood into the shack here, And from there on, loser player is going to be GYAN Gaming Ninja, the sniper. The last time as well could not find much in value, and now as well the first person going down, Shubo and Insane. The same two players against this entire squad of Godlike, but it was during the final fight. Now they make a mistake, another team could have their crosshairs ready.
If Godlike decides I need that building, I mean, no matter who stays there, they just go in, barrage in, knock at the doors, kick the doors open, and then they're like, you know what, I need this. I need this building, that's it. And GYAN Gaming, for the first time, I'm kind of shocked to see them tuck their tails and run away from the fight. They're taken down Godlike previously, just being two men. But this time, as I said, Godlike, the hungry, wounded lions are looking for retaliation.
Nades, a chrono for the time being to protect them, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough.
Oh,
Glue
good one.
melters being used, and Godlike, they are very slow in this approach. They know that this time when they did try to fight it off on a 2v4, made a mistake, and then they know as well that they're in the circle, not much to be worried about. Thankfully, at least in this purgatory game, we do not see a circle in the waters. It's in the compound where people can play around inside. But what are these shots coming in? DW live. Claw started doing this action against GW-MANISH, but Insane with his AC-80 in such a distant position started picking a fight. But there's still danger right below you. And look at the push coming in from Godlike. They dashed right into it. Insane makes it out. His teammate, however, Shubo, is still there, somehow surviving. Finally gets taken down. And the last player, Insane, will be found out by Yogi. His sharp eyes put GYAN Gaming down.
Revenge taken, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be Godlike. This time they say that this is our lobby and we dominated. 17 eliminations so far, and they're looking forward for more. GW-MANISH, finally their approach started to pay off. Slow and steady wins the race, and they've got 11. GGI as well, GG Instance. You know, they're also playing on their instance. They've got a decent run so far. They've got 8 in their name. But I am starting to think, as the team got enough to face off Godlike over here, Sohail gets in closer, doesn't connect any kind of shot. He was concentrating on Yogi, puts him down as well. Yogi on the other side immediately goes in for a revival, and Nobita says, you know what, I have the cover, do not worry. And Godlike, with a blink of an eye, with a snap of a finger, identicals are sent back into the lobby. And I don't think so they're going to stop now, because they have another team right in front of them, all well prepared to give their eliminations away.
21 total eliminations, and Godlike are looking unstoppable as we head towards our final fight with the top 4 teams. GW-MANISH in trouble. They cannot cross this bridge with GG Instinct already having their eyes set. GW-MANISH, the last survivors on the bridge, but DW Live's last player, he became a surprise over there. Jerry, that was a nice opening, but can he find another? No, say GG Instinct as Power puts him down, and DW Live, they survive till the top 4, and after that they get eliminated. But GG Instinct, while they're trying to push off GW-MANISH, Godlike is closing the distance. So GG Instinct, they better be ready. This is the fight for a booyah.
GW-MANISH playing it right. They're like, you know what, my enemy's enemy is my friend, let's try to run away. But in case they get in closer to Yogi, things can be a little bit different. Yogi is wounded, he needs revival, but he gets eliminated. That brings a lot of pressure on Godlike at this point of time. They'll have to get in closer, put an end for GW-MANISH, and also be prepared for the 4 men coming in from the other side of GG Instance. Aladdin, he's going to be tagged. Marco and Nobita are singing the songs of death, coming in closer together. Marco goes in, puts down Aladdin, and it's going to be Avi from a distance who's going to be tagged off. And guess what? GG Instance, they come in closer.
They're pushing for it, and they take down everybody and do not let anybody stay standing as they grab their booyah. What an approach coming in from their end, and they'll be thanking GW-MANISH for that, because they jumped from the bridge towards the riverbeds of Godlike and took down Yogi. The fight completely flipped there, whereas Godlike had the attention in that direction, and then GG Instinct, these lads, Patlu, Tiger, Power, Swaroop and Rabri, they make it happen in their favor. What a booyah to pull it off.
Lucifer, I think you're going to agree with this. Any team which has got a G in their name, always make sure that Godlike suffers when it comes to that booyah. Previously, we saw GYAN Gaming betrayed Godlike from getting that booyah, and now we have got GG Instance doing the same as well. So the next game, I can expect Godlike to, get behind GG Instance, put them down early, and make sure that, the revenge is paid off. But nonetheless, so far, it's been a great run for all the teams out there. Somewhere when I felt that Godlike probably is going to set another record out here, they do not, and they fall down.
Let's talk about how GG Instinct played this final game in terms of their fights, the position they were holding. Very, I would say, great positioning in terms of how they were holding the bridge, making sure that they're the ones who were able to deal shots. You saw they took down Olympians, troubled GW-MANISH, and eventually of how they fought with Godlike, as well as that final fight with GW-MANISH troubling. They picked up a total of 25 total points, with 13 in terms of their elimination and 12 is the booyah. However, Godlike again so close to a booyah, but their elimination still helped them surge in the top spot, and another 30 bomber we end up seeing at game 2 here on Group D, day 4, week 1 matches. And what an interesting day it is already off to.
Obviously, GW-MANISH finally happy to see them in the top 3. Whereas on the other side, OLIGARCHS slowly stepping down. Are they starting to feel the pressure of the lobby? Headhunters, Blackbirds, these are the teams who have got a lot of expectations over their shoulder. Let's not forget Oro Esports as well. All these T1 teams, they need to, somehow compose themselves, somehow make sure that they make a comeback, because Identicals and Olympians, since they have started to build up momentum, it could be too late for these teams to make it into the top 9.
They need a lot right as of now for some teams to make it to the top 9. Surprises are happening, especially teams when they end up in single digits. But for now, in terms of digits, we talk about is going to be the MVP, is going to be Patlu, who'll have 5 eliminations, 3 assists and 1430 in terms of damage. And Patlu played it really well with his Nero Cryomind plushie coming through, because that was one of the reasons why even Godlike did not have their best fight towards GW-MANISH. One end the zone was closing, on the other end this Nero plushie was there, and Godlike did not have time to destroy the plushie because they had to take down GW-MANISH, and this became an advantage. And with Patlu's shots coming in on the Winchester that he had, nobody could run away from it. We saw he broke the backs of Olympians, then caused trouble for GW-MANISH, and eventually the final game itself.
Suzy again with Alvaro and Nikita. I mean, I'm starting to see that Suzy has become the favorites of this lobby when it comes to the passive character. Yes, Nero with the Winchester level 3, he couldn't have asked for anything better. But the Booyah team stats, what kind of a support did he get for that Nero? Yes, he had a Coda for information, he had an Oscar just in case any close range fights, and Tiger at a distance locking eyes and making sure that the Skylar is able to pick up some frags as well.
Riders now did pick it up. I think in that final fight, the way they held their position, waited for the time, all worked in their favor. Swaroop dashing in at the right moment when he knew that the fights were breaking out between those two teams, having the Oscar. Koda making sure that they do not have an opportunity which things are turned in their direction, because he has speed to move around, making sure that doesn't work for the opponent. And he has 3 in terms of eliminations, 3 knockouts as well, and he is also very close to what Patlu did at 1444 damage with 5 assists. Tiger coming in as the sniper, did not have much in terms of his answering to do, hope to do and see a lot more in the next oncoming games, but he has 1 elimination, 1 assist and 1 knockout with a damage of 407. So the team as a whole, I would say, except for Tiger, where we might have wanted to see a lot more, which happened with GYAN Gaming as well, right? In the first game that we ended up witnessing, the sniper are not having the best time just because the games are not being distant. They are getting too closer, where teams are just fighting with M590s, and sometimes we are seeing Winchesters, AC-80 and even M249 being used.
I mean, just to justify your sentence, we saw how Yogi fumbled as well in that close range, right? He was taken down because he had a sniper in his hand and nothing else. So eventually, we might see a different approach altogether by the end of the day, because Kalahari and maps, which kind of support teams to hold on to those high grounds, will have a different outcome altogether. But the circle analysis, this is my favorite part as an analyst. I always tend to watch which circle was the most chaotic, where the teams have fumbled, where the teams have been aggressive. As always, the third circle always seems to be a bit more silent. Look at that. Second circle and the third circle, not that much of an action. But when it comes to the fourth one, out of nowhere, you can expect so many teams to just walk off.
And one team that was, I think, almost, I would say, walking, not jumping across these purgatory lands was GG Instinct.
Yeah.
They were somewhere around Mount Villa. They did their looting, found a couple of eliminations, were there. The circle moved in their direction. Like how we were talking about GYAN Gaming, right? Of how well they were almost clearing their lines, their edges in the zone. But eventually when GODLIKE made a jump, they did not have a lot more to push for. But GGI, they had a lot of time. They had every corner completely conquered as well as informed in terms of wherever the opponents could come from. And that is one of the reasons they were so confident in the position they were holding. With confidence comes in points, and let's talk about today's standings.
Oh
post
my
our
God.
first two games, and sitting at top, even without a booyah, is GODLIKE at a total of 54 points.
36 eliminations and not bothered about Booyah. This team is looking forward to set an example. Yes, they've done it before in the group stages of FFMIC 2025. We have seen them how well they've executed some really good games, but this time following them closely is going to be GYAN Gaming, because I've seen this team. One game, it was more about getting that booyah. The second one, even though their approach was more about getting that booyah, they've got some decent eliminations, and due to which they'll be holding the second spot.
Now with them, we end up seeing even GG Instinct at a total of 29, but we are already seeing a difference in the drop from the top two. 1 and 2 have a difference, 2 and 3 have a difference, but then the difference becomes a little closer with GW-MANISH as well, where we thought there could be a lot more in terms of performance, but still in the top 5. Headhunters, however, a little bit an offbeat of a performance, or I would say maybe something that they were not predicting of how it would conclude, because that was a surprise for me of how I ended up seeing them going down, and they only have 28 points. So I would count that majority of their points only came out from game number 1 compared to here. OLYGARCHS, a little bit of a surprise yet. These top 6 teams, I'm wondering what has happened, especially with FFC mode #1. Let's hope things change as we come to the halfway mark. However, Aura, 4 AM, Olympians, one big name down here with DW Live towards the elimination, I would say, cut off. Hopeful that they change things up in their favor. If it doesn't, it could become a problem as we move to the next game's drop spots. This is going to be Nextera, and one of the maps where highest number of eliminations is seen so far.
Yeah, Nextera it is. And I am just waiting for this game to kick off, because I know that the southern side of this map has always been a bit chaotic, but I've observed one thing. In this map, teams who go towards the turbine would, they are the only survivors until the end, because there's always very less action happening towards the turbine and the museum region, because nobody wants to take that risk of coming across an island and being shot at. And due to which, I've not seen many teams go there. But if there is any team like GYAN Gaming, which I'm expecting to see there, or probably GW-MANISH, who always tend to play it a little bit safer, if they go in for a late rotation, probably they'll be rewarded with much more time in the final circles.
Rewarding is something that everybody is looking forward to in terms of total points, because of how the teams at the ones who've gotten booyah have not completely been in the limelight sometimes, because in the first game we did see GYAN Gaming, they took it up, but when we jumped towards GG Instinct, because of GODLIKE's performance, we ended up seeing GODLIKE having the highest in terms of total points for that particular game. But with the drop spots having Farmtopia Museum a little, I would say, empty, is a surprise, at least in terms of a show in this image, but it would for sure change. Teams would move in the other directions, and changing in terms of predictions, let's see what we have changed, Darka. Let's see if something again makes a mark after what has happened in the first two games. I pick up Blackbirds. Yes, they did not have a great game in game 2, but I think this is going to be their time to justify and make worth in terms of a booyah if it happens. Along with them, I don't know why I've become a full-on supporter for Olympians. All my previous games have had their name. I expected a lot, especially being another invited team. And along with that, I think as simple as it you could keep is GODLIKE.
I mean, I still feel that, for us, the insurance policy is GODLIKE every single time.
Yeah.
So that our predictions don't go down the drain completely. But yes, OLYGARCHS, Headhunters, Blackbirds, and Olympians are the 4 teams who have been suffering in this lobby. And we all know once they start to kick things off, they might come up with an exceptional game, and eventually we find them at the top 3 in the overall standing. So I'm hoping to see, a little bit of a change, a switcheroo in the overall standing for now. But yes, in the upcoming games, I am more inclined to see whether it's still going to remain a very high, elimination game, because it's a map at the mid of the day, right? Two games have not gone away for few teams. They'll try to, kind of be a bit more defensive at this point of time. I don't even bother about Godlike for now, because they are like, you know what, it's points or not, we're going to go aggressive. But for the rest of the teams, I feel they're going to be well prepared, defensive, and it's not going to be so much of an elimination oriented game.
I mean, I would be on the contrary end of this for Arka, just because we saw the stats in the very start of things, right? Next year being the highest in terms of elimination. And it is at the right point where now I feel like every team is almost used to the lobby. We saw Identicals perform really well. DW Live picking up pace. That gave me confidence. Olympians still not the same, even though I have them in terms of predictions, because Godlike, after doing a 23 elimination heavy game, I expect the others also to start picking up, because now we head over to next year, an opportunity in terms of a close combat that everybody's already been doing in Solara and Purgatory. Next era brings the best of it with so many compounds around the lands.
Oh, this is where the flight path as well have started to look a little interesting, if you ask me, because, even though it's dissecting the map perfectly, look at where it's starting from. For all those early jumpers where most of the teams will look forward for it, I'm hoping to see some skirmish as they land first. But for now, we can see that, GW-MANISH going towards the biggest part of the map. They're not going to be bothered whatsoever. Plazaria, Godlike is going towards that. ID, I see them going towards the Turbine region. Sadly, Sam, I don't see any kind of a skirmish anywhere.
Yeah, surprising. They could be between Aura as well as GG Instinct, but because of a little distance at Rustown as well as Zippe, but it seems like they are getting closer. As I was just about to say it could happen, it happens. But it's just a damage, not yet an elimination. But Patlu, because he was all alone, he did not go forward for a fight over there, calls his teammates. His teammates, however, have said the same thing, that, hey, listen, we are not prepared for this fight. We do not have the best in terms of weapons available. Let's just hold off, because we have to yet get into the buildings, because this next era enables so many buildings for people to loot and get their weapons up, get ready for a fight. And also, I think maybe it could push for a lot of close combats, just because hiding becomes a tad bit easier here with so many compounds that we end up seeing.
No, that has also become a big problem, right? Because once they know that, there are so many buildings, it also has got so many openings from which you can rush in from. And assaulters, they would love to think otherwise. Whereas for now, we can see one player thinking otherwise. OP Olympians will be losing Amin so early, but the retaliation comes through successfully as Predator Radhe Thakur gets taken down and immediately they get revived. And I don't know. I somewhere feel that, it's not necessary for anybody to go challenge Godlike with the kind of momentum they're carrying.
Yeah, but it's tough. Teams are not sure who they are going to be fighting off. But what was this? Blackbirds!
Going against Godlike again.
Predictions. It was Oligarchs coming through. They were the ones who caused trouble for them. And Oligarchs, they have 2 eliminations along with Godlike, who helped them out. But right now, Olympians, hopefully they pick up a lot, and it's Manish to start things off. He gets 1 and 2 as well, making it a total of 3 along with Hitman. But it's not yet done, because GYAN Gaming, they start pushing closer because of the noise being made. And Gopo instantly calls him for the retreat. They do have a number disadvantages. Amin is not yet here. They have to revive him. They have enough in one of their teammates, and instantly, as I was talking about it, they get Amin back up. He is free floating for the time being, but if GYAN Gaming rush, it could be trouble for Olympians, as the Bolt Maker is already called on.
No, I don't think so. It's a safe approach for GYAN Gaming to get in closer now. The Bolt Maker, I believe, is coming from the side of Olympians just to make sure they use it as a very good defense for now. But yes, they would also have to make sure that the person who just came down needs to be well prepared for this war as well. Look at that. The amount of damage he's receiving. Is it coming in from another direction altogether? Because it immediately went in for a confirmation. And now GYAN Gaming, they're going to take advantage of the situation, because there's just 3 men in front of them.
Amin, who was revived, has been taken. He's eliminated. So these 3 players have to hold off. GYAN Gaming push forward. Manish in trouble. Gopu steps out to try and buy time. Same does Manish, and that helps out isolate. Insane. Now Gopu going forward, puts Shubo down. Arup is down, and this works in favor, along with the last player being found. He was at a distance, and Olympians survive this fight against GYAN Gaming and get a total of 8.
Gopu, the unstoppable warrior for this team. What a jump shot he's been taking, and every single one lands perfectly. And same goes for the side of Godlike. For now, it's going to be Marco taking, charge, as Yogi from a distance is trying to do his best to give the kind of backup required. He's going to be using, all the abilities he can to make sure that the glue walls are gone. Yes, he's going to be rewarded with a knock, but he needs to be careful because from the other lines, I can see there's another team slowly trying to approach Godlike.
Godlike. Position that they are in while they are trying to push off Oligarchs. There's Aura as well, slowly gaining position. Yogi, he's the only one, but the confidence he has knocks Kloss out in the open. He has his teammates, but Oligarchs were also there, so it's going to be a picking land for Yogi, but not for long. From his back, he gets a stab and Yogi gets put down. But Yogi knew this was bound to happen. He was already hearing a player jump around. At least before going out, he got an elimination. But Oligarchs, Django, who did get that elimination, he's not safe as another team, Aura Esports, his opponent are here. They're ready to look forward to another. But Django, he seems confident against Huzefa and he will put him down. I don't know what happened here. Huzefa had an opportunity, but once he got shots taken by Godlike, he decided, I'm going to run from here. And Django, that was his advantage.
I guess he miscalculated the number of people out there. He thought that, a person is over here and his teammate who's firing from far away, all of them might just pounce upon him. One other mistake he did not have a cover fire coming in from his teammate. So obviously it was bound for him to get taken down. Even though he used the ridge to hide behind enemy lines, it did not work in his favor. Nonetheless, Godlike, they continue their performance, a mind-blowing performance. They already had 50 points, add on another 7. I believe that if they end this with a booyah, they might walk away having more than 80 points in just 3 games done.
While they're picking up points, right now 4 AM, they also need points. They're fighting with GG Instinct, the team who got the booyah, and Swaroop leading the charge. He takes the player down. It's up to Default, the last man standing as Harsh. He also gets put down. And Default, he's trying to make a Default run out of things, but he's spotted. He's in trouble, eventually cleaned off. And GG Instinct eliminate 4 AM. And this is trouble as we are at halfway. Teams who have already been eliminated now have to wonder about the next game.
Oh, if players are getting eliminated so early, how come this map always remains a high eliminated map? A high elimination count map? I still don't get this, Lucifer. Nonetheless, I can still start to count that, there's been some early skirmishes and now suddenly we can expect some cool time, a recall time, but that's not the case. Look at this. AG, they get decimated. It's got to be Olympians slowly starting things off. 9 eliminations already in their name. They see Yuraj, who's wounded, and they look forward to put him down. Gopu comes in, lands one right in his face as Armin supports him well. Another eliminations happen out here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Aura Gaming gets taken down, but the Olympians, they're going to be happy with what they've done so far.
Well, total eliminations, it's still looking like it could be an opportunity of a high-ended elimination game. But for now, Headhunters, they need to pick up the slack of what happened in the previous one. And they're doing it against Oligarchs. They did lose a couple of players, but they instantly bring them back up. But Oligarchs' last player, Django, gets taken down. And that is the end. Unfortunate for what just happened. Oligarchs, a big surprise for them, and as you said, yes, this seems to be like a game where eliminations are happening, but it's still not completely heavy in terms of what we expected out of Next Era, because teams, instead of having a chance for reviving their teammates, they're getting completely wiped out, Arka. Only one who have gone forward to double digits so far is 13 in the name of Olympians, but the number of teams right now surviving is 7 out of the lot.
Headhunters, they need to be careful, but GW-MANISH on the other side, there's a slow lurking snakes. They're coming from different directions. They've started to pick up eliminations as well. But look at them. They're taking the brunt of the blue. They're not even bothered about, how much damage they're going to rake up. They're like, it's better to avoid the teams and take the blunt of the blue, because ultimately we'll be able to revive, come in late into the circle. But DW, since they've been losing a lot of players, now they're in deep troubles. It's important for Bully to take down that drone in case he's not deployed it, because his location is going to be compromised and it's going to be very, very hard for him.
Identicals, they have a better opportunity here, but he's on the roof, so for the time being at least he'll survive. But where is his revive opportunity? And now that he's destroyed that drone, that's information for Identicals. Circle around the edges of Farmtopia itself, so maybe there is still an opportunity that Identicals move out, and it seems like they're going out into the zone rather than inside this circle. A little bit of a longer approach is maybe there's something looking forward to. I'm not too sure, and this gives an opening. This gives a little bit of an opportunity for DW Live, Bully, him to revive his teammates. Yet not seen. I think he's still worried and scared, and that's the reason we've not seen that. But on the other end, Headhunters, as soon as the hit list gets activated, they have to now protect Ursh, meaning they know that one of their players' position is constantly being pinged. And it seems like GW-MANISH are the ones who have activated it. Ursh on the other end is still confident and trying to hold that team off.
Yeah, and I think that this is a good approach. Once you know that you've been tagged off, a good offense is a decent defense. So that's what they're trying to do. You try to come in from a distance. Since there's a lot of space in the map and very less teams, we're going to take that risk to fight back. And that's what they're trying to do. And look at this, with the circle closing up at one corner, we've got the deadly Headhunters. On the other, we have got the God themselves, Godlike, making one compound their hometown. And with this, any team who will try to come into the circle now in those open fields are just going to be eliminations for both these teams.
Elimination is something that we are looking forward to. We especially wanted it to be elimination heavy game, but for now it doesn't seem to be. Right between Boxing Gym and Plazaria is where we are seeing the final few circles close out. It could get interesting to see what could unfold from here on, because as we said, this is a compound heavy map. A lot of close combats gets forced. And right as now, let's take a quick look at what has happened so far in terms of the point switches. Godlike still on the top. Teams want to challenge them, but challenging right now is going to be DW Live, who wanted to, but they're the ones getting challenged from GW-MANISH. Two of their players were knocked, but I think there is some distance. They will still have an opportunity to survive. On the other end, distance is also there between Olympians and Headhunters before the fight breaks out.
A total of 2,940 damage, and there is still more than 5 teams in this lobby. That means he's ready for some hunting, my friend. Now, Headhunters, they've been holding on to their grounds really strong with Olympians close by. Amongst the two, for now, in this lobby, I feel Olympians are the most dangerous ones. They've got so many eliminations. They've got 13 in total so far. And suddenly, they've just put a cloak on them, and they're trying to be as silent as possible. Whereas on the on the contrary, we are outside of the circle. There's a lot of teams trying to come in, and sadly, all of them are trying to approach from the northern side of the map.
Things have slowed down, at least for now. It's just pot shots being taken by teams, like warning being sent out. Yogi, surprised to see him so out in the zone. Takes the launch pad, getting closer, but he'll be close to Bully. DW Live, they were able to revive their teammates, but where did Godlike land? Right towards GG Instinct, a fight about to break out. Godlike, they are inside the compound, will wait for an approach instantly to rush, but they're close. I think, wait, no, they're in the same building. One is on the roof, the other one is inside the gym. Yup.
Yeah. I like that approach, to be frank. You know, just keep one guy on the top who's going to be the bird eye view, and look at that, the circle is going to betray every single team, and I just love this circle. Now all these teams not only will have to fight with their with the enemies, but also will have to make sure that they slowly inch into the circle. The number of glue walls which is going to be used just to protect themselves is going to be so much more interesting. Yes, the Olympians, they might be getting closer towards the side of Godlike, but they need to be careful because on the top is GG Instance, and they jump down for a fight.
Swaroop gets taken down. Eco wants to send out with launchers, but his teammates been knocked. Instantly goes in for a revival on Yogi. Oh, no. But Eco, mistake being done. GG Instinct, they find an opportunity to convert. It's Marco as well as Nobita, the last two survivors. They have a total of 8 eliminations, but GG Instinct have numbers to play with. Wow. Marco realizing he has coins, he instantly goes in for a revive on Yogi, but the zone's still closing in. They do not have enough time to wait for Yogi. They have to take this fight head on. Patlu charging it forward with power, and Swaroop, Nobita and Marco going away, creating a distance, a lot of glue walls as hindrance as Nobita and Marco buy some time and they launch away.
Ah, that's a very clever move coming in from the side of Godlike. If 2 knows to finish, the rest 2 knows how to escape. And look at that, they use that arsenal as a hiding spot for now. A very, very clever move. 2 of their players who are just landing can also land on it and get ample amount of loot as well. But for now, GG Instance, after so much of hard work, are now caught behind a hard rock. They need to be careful as they approach inside the circle. Whereas on the other side, Godlike is now witnessing another fight not far away. It's going to be HH versus OP and Olympians. Seems like they have a bit of upper hand.
They have, because they've surrounded Headhunters for the time being. But Hitman, he gets taken down, and surging forward is Gopu, making sure Headhunters are in trouble. But Olympians, they're not out of it yet, because Headhunters has somehow made it out. And now Olympians, they're stuck around this area. And Boltmaker being called, so much damage. Hitman is already out. Manish is losing health. Can Manish do something different? Can he find an opening here? But Headhunters have them surrounded. They're not letting Olympians even find an opening, even find a chase in terms of going for a fight. And Headhunters, what a closure here. Melters, Gopu being hit with throwables now and then. Manish and Amin on the other end holding off. Close the entrances, but where is the fight yet to break, and who's going to win it?
Oh, I don't think so. It's going to be an easy one. Headhunters, they're losing patience. They're losing HP. They'll have to eventually finish things off of here. And they try to do it. But Gopu says, you know what? I am well prepared. He puts down a player or 2 and then eventually gets taken out. But from a distance, DW, a team which we did not expect to survive until the end. Bully, the lone survivor. He sings the songs of death. And suddenly, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 1v1 situation. But GG Instance, clever enough, picks up a player. Now it's a 2v1v1 situation where GW-MANISH, DW, both of them will hope not to take a fight, but Aladdin in the air gets taken down, and Bully will now have to fight the 2 players of GG Instance.
He is bullied various different teams, but he is all alone now as 2 players surge forward. GG Instinct first by Power, and Power's first bullet connects for a booyah. And what a turnaround again, and this is a back-to-back coming in from GG Instinct. They waited their approach, they waited for the others to fight off and eventually close it out in their name.
Oh, GG again betraying Godlike, again making sure that they are the, they are the sad news for the lobby for now. Yes, consistency has been the key for this team. Even though it's not been big numbers coming in from their side, Lucifer, I strongly feel that this team has understood the lobby well. They have been taking their time before they take fights. They're able to judge which is a good fight, which is a bad fight, and they're able to predict what to do next. Just 2 men standing or 1 knocked off and 1 man standing, even at that moment, they're like, you know what, revival is much more important than anything else.
One thing for sure that they're carrying forward from TEZ FFMIC 2025 is their instinct Akka. It has been clear as day when we saw them back in that season. Now in TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring as well, they're doing the same thing in the group stages. The way they convert, they get their booyahs, they stay at the top of the table, and look at how things turned around. It was Bully to start things off, taking down players from Headhunters as well as Olympians. But after that, Aladdin, he was the last survivor. He was the one who caused trouble for GG Instinct. But him flying out in the air, not knowing where Bully was, and with his AC-80, he put him down, and Power then instantly rushed. And that was a nice 2-pronged approach coming in from GG Instinct. In case they missed the opportunity of maybe a knock on 1, there is another to instantly answer back. But I thought for a second, DW Live's Bully, the way he played, survived. Remember, he was all the way at around Farmtopia that we ended up seeing, always surrounded by identicals, and then to survive till the top 2, brilliant stuff from him.
Exactly. He removed that drone. He was on top of that building hiding, making sure that, he takes the damage outside of the zone, and then he waits. He revives his teammates. Then they carry their momentum. They carry the fire into the circle and make sure, they've done a phenomenal job. Yes, that is how you need to have an approach. Stepping away from a fight doesn't mean you're a coward. It's just that, you're coming up with a new strategy altogether. Whereas on the other side, the only disappointments in this lobby is going to be GYAN Gaming and Blackbird, because both of these teams walk away with 0 points, unnecessary initial fights. I guess they're too overconfident that, all 4 players will survive in a 4v4 fight. Probably if they go in for a 3v1 split, I think it'll be a better approach for them.
Alright, as now a better approach and better fights and conversions coming in. MVP being Power with a total of 5 eliminations, 4 assists and a damage of 1575, and we again see Koda coming into play. This is what I love coming in from GG Instinct. I think until today, at least when we saw the last 3 days in terms of action, Koda was used very little for his discovery, for his speed. I thought that maybe he's slowly now going out, especially with Nero coming in. Morse may be being used, but I love to see him back in action. But along with him, we have to talk about his teammates, Swaroop, Tiger and Rabari, who's also there. For the time being, he's sitting out. But with Oscar, Skylar and Nero, I think this new combination that I'm seeing, I'm really liking it, Arka.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the team combination, right? We are able to see that Nero and Koda will work on one side. Then you have got Skylar and Oscar trying to compensate for one another. Because at any given point of time, when you see an Oscar trying to dash in, he needs a proper backup from a distance. I know that information won't be enough. It's important for a person like Tiger to give that assist. Look at the damage he's given, or 2036 damage being a sniper. That's no less of a feat in this game.
We were talking about this, right? Last time Tiger had only 1 elimination, 1 knock, 1 assist, and he was around 400 damage or something. And now it's completely shifted all in his favor, where Power, yes, took the MVP, but you have to give credits to Tiger, and we spoke about it. This map has a lot of compounds forcing close combats, and Tiger was still able to pick up long range fights, causing teammates and opponents a cause of concern. Along with them, you have to also talk about Patlu, who has 3 eliminations, 3 knockouts, 6 assists and 1400 damage, with Swaroop as well having a similar in terms of stats. But an overall right now, this time the damage in its whole average has come down to 1400 itself. Everybody's played their best. Let's talk about how again GG Instinct made it all happen. The way they turned starting from Mota Ruins caused trouble for 4 AM, one of the reasons, the very first few teams to be eliminated, and from there you could see they were all out at Mota Ruins itself. Not much to be worried about, not getting in too early, but once they jumped, caused trouble to GODLIKE. GODLIKE went out, came back in, but they still couldn't convert. They ran away, did not have numbers, and from there on GG Instinct kept their positioning. Eventually in that final fight, which looked maybe troubled because GW-MANISH's Aladdin caused them a shot, because of which they had to buy some time, revive their player, and eventually that Aladdin was taken down. GW-MANISH was eliminated. GG Instinct knew it was only one player that they had to worry about. Jumped towards DW Live, made this work, got the booyah in Circle 6.
Couldn't have said that better, Lucifer. But again, the second and the third circle not having so much of an engagement and so many early eliminations when it comes to this map, that was a bit of a shocker. But yes, we'll be expecting some different kind of an approach from all these teams, because now they've got a bit of a break, right? Now they can go, they can think about what is happening, they can calm themselves down first, try to understand what is happening, make sure they go to their drawing boards and always think about a plan B. But yes, we have been seeing that teams like OLIGARCHS are one of those teams who still rely on their firepower. It's just that they're not able to place themselves in the right position. Probably if they're able to do that, we can expect them to walk off with a booyah.
However, one thing for sure can be said, that whatever we kind of try to decipher after what has happened in the previous day's action, we spoke about Nextera being a very elimination heavy game. You spoke about it today could be different, and it rightfully acted. So teams in the spectrum of it are still telling us that things can always change. Whether it has replicated in the previous in terms of action days, it could still change on the very last day, and that is happening here on day 4 for week 1, while we're still looking forward to the best 9 teams will make it to the next week, the best 36 for week 2. And what a change up it is, Arka. I'm really enjoying this Group D so far. Might have seen a back-to-back already, but there is a lot more waiting for us on the second half. For now, we're going to take a break, take a little bit of a shift in momentum, giving teammates an opportunity, meaning a chance to recover, and after that break, action continues.
I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. This ain't. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got it. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. My name is Crips, and joining me for the rest of the day is going to be Oro. You guys are watching the Group of Destruction. It's Group D in the group stages, week 1. So far, we've had 3 games, and somehow GG Instinct have had 2 booyahs served to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, definitely, Crips. I mean, I agree with you. And also, I have to point one fact that Group D has come in with a different energy. Considering the fact that they have got the maximum time to prepare, watching other 3 groups performing. And also they have a set cutoff, where they can prepare for the games. And, looking at that, all the other teams have come in with a mixed energy. But we will move on to the preferred drop spot for the next game while we talk about this. I have seen Godlike. I want to exclude them for the time being because they, without getting a booyah, they still have delivered 67 points, which just showcases the dominance which always Godlike somehow brings into these group stages, right, Crips?
Yeah, they always do that. And it's not just the group stages. Godlike has always been the kind of team that always has a lot of firepower to spare, but they can never direct it in the right direction to get a booyah. But they direct it everywhere else, specifically on their opponents' heads, and farm those elimination points. So I'm guessing they will continue doing the same in Alpine. That being said, though, a lot of these other teams who are towards the southwest of the map, between Fusion and Blue will have a lot of troubles, because Identicals, 4 AM, DW, as well as GG Instinct, all of them claim to be dropping into this spot. Even Oligarchs claim that they're going to drop into Fusion, but I believe they will have a much easier escape onto Ocean View or maybe even Forest Red. But that being said, though, Godlike, even if they drop in towards Rivermouth, they love prowling around the stadium, Rivermouth, and the Forest Red area. That river you see in the center, it's going to be running red, courtesy of Godlike.
Well, if it happens according to the preferred drop spots, then Blue will be definitely a spot to be looking at. That will be the hot drop spot. But Godlike has been the team who is initially making those plays, where we have seen those situations happening for them. But we will talk about that later as well, while we have our cast of predictions brought in. Godlike will be that SIP Crips for us, where it's going to be a fixed kind of an investment which will give us return in a longer run. Along with that, I want Headhunters to step up. What has happened to them? They are one of the invited teams, and one flashy gameplay in the first game. After that, they have slowed down a little alongside GYAN Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, at least GYAN Gaming is able to win some of their fights and at least get to the mid game. Headhunters just seem to get eliminated very early on. Even if they have some player playing elsewhere, that one guy cannot survive for long enough. Like, somehow they just get unlucky and run into a completely different team. So I'm hoping that in Alpine, Headhunters can get their head straight and hopefully have a decent game. I don't even want them to win, just have a decent game. Blackbirds, on the other hand, I seen what these players can do. Oh my god, there were so many fights where it came down to a 1v1 and their opponent was left with like 10-20 HP alive. So many of those fights could have gone in Blackbird's favor and they could have won the game, but they were just left behind by tiny margins. I think the rest of the predictions are fairly obvious enough. There's just one prediction of yours which kind of irks me, and that is gonna be Olympians. How did you end up picking Olympians in Alpine?
Olympians being, they have started getting that pace. They, ended up with around 12 elimination points in the last game, which shows that they are slowly building up the pace which they wanted for them. Even I was doubting them, or maybe doubting the start, because I have seen them playing with, flourish and also with berserk energy in the lobby when they were in the previous edition of TEZ FFMIC 2025. But looking at them coming in Group D, this is the last group. Looking, they have the maximum amount of time to prepare. And they were also one of the invited teams. They have the LAN experience as well. I imagined, or maybe I expected better for them, and also still expecting that they will deliver in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, that's true, but so far in the Olympians, I only see Gopu and Hitman actually hitting their shots. Like, the other two players don't seem to be actually firing on all cylinders, and that's kind of why Olympians have been missing out on so many opportunities. Like, even in Purgatory, we saw that they were alive up until the very end, up until like the top 5 teams, but they had 0 eliminations to their name. There's no way you have 0 eliminations in the 4th circle, right? Like, you've got to have encountered some teams or the other in order to stay alive for that long. So that is kind of concerning for me. Maybe they can get damage done, maybe they can repel away the invaders, but they're not able to fully confirm their eliminations. Maybe that's what's going wrong. Of course, I could also be wrong over here in my assumption of what's happening in the Olympians camp. We don't have access to their comms, although if we did, it would explain a lot of things. That being said, though, Olympians are not in outright danger, right? There are some other teams who need to step up way more than Olympians do, and some of them happen to be 4 a.m. and Aura Esports. What happened to 4 a.m.? I mean, their fighting seems to be good enough, then how come they're not getting any points?
Also having Harsh in their corner, he's an experienced player. I have seen him since 2020, 2021. He was a part of Survivors for him. This is the same team which was previously known as Survivors for him, which used to play under Desi Gamers, which was of course handled by Amit Bhai. But then you are correct, Crips. Having that experience in their corner, he is the ideal. How he's managing the team right now. The synergy is looking a little bit off, just like how it was yesterday for Reganverse in the first few games, and then it literally turned around. And also for EMZ in Group A, if you remember, the way they made themselves comfortable in the 3rd, 4th, and the 6th game. So specifically speaking, I think that is something which a team like 4AM can do. But along the lines, Aura Esports is also a team which we expect a lot from them. I think I heard a lot about them, but then the aggression is not there. The way they have performed in FFC mode, again, expectations were there, but they were not able to put it to that playing board or maybe execute the fights the way they wanted to. Blackbirds is also a team with Radhe Thakur there, Crips. They're still sitting towards that bottom end. You have to be very careful. He has always been the one who have made sure the team is always qualifying. The only veteran, I think I have to mention the fact that he's still managing where other veterans are literally struggling right now to prove, and he is still swinging ahead. So he still has 3 games. Let's see how that pans out for him.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about Blackbirds because Radhe Thakur has this bad habit of always entertaining us and keeping us on the edge of our seats till the very last moment. Even in the last year's championship, this guy qualified at the last possible moment in the last 2 games. So it's become a habit for him. He always keeps us on the edge and then he delivers in the end. So I'm not too worried about Blackbirds. At least they know what they're doing. And when you look at Blackbird's performance, there is a very clear reason that you can point to and say, oh, this is why the game went wrong. So once you've identified the problem, once you've pointed out the problem, it's easy to fix it. For teams like 4 a.m. and Aura Esports, though, I can't even place my finger on the problem. Maybe I can't because I'm a caster, not a coach. But you see where I'm going with this, right? If you identify the problem, you can come up with a solution for it. Unfortunately, for Aura Esports as well as 4 a.m., those problems can't even be pointed out. At least for Aura Esports, one of the things I can say right now is that they need to get better at managing their space, because people can just walk up to them uncontested and force those close range fights against Aura Esports.
Correct.
If you're letting your opponents walk up to you, then there's a problem, right? I mean, at some point you have to get some long range firepower as well. You can't just rely on your shotgun ability. So that's one thing that maybe Aura Esports can try. As for 4 a.m., I really don't have any suggestions. Sometimes it just feels like they get unlucky and they get targeted by 3 teams at once. So maybe their rotations need to be fixed. But enough about these 2 teams. I want to talk about GODLIKE Esports now. How on earth do they not have a booyah yet? Because every single time we see them in the top 3, every single time we see them initiate a fight first, and they win that fight, and then the third party team comes in and wipes them out. And this has happened like twice in a row now. This happened in both the games when GG Instinct managed to win that game. And in both those games, GG Instinct basically piggybacked off of GODLIKE's power to get the booyah. Can GODLIKE Esports finally get them off their back and claim the booyah for themselves? We will find out as we head into game number 4.
Maybe, but maybe, Cribs, they might be following the pathway of IQ Total Gaming as well. They did not get a booyah, but they still managed to top the table in Group A, and they gave the maximum amount of competition as they are doing it here. But this is, of course, where things are going to unfold. Snowfall looks a little bit busy where Blackbirds have competition, and this is Olympians who are going to challenge them up front, and so is a spot called Garrison. Look at the positioning, Headhunters against GG, which is GYAN Gaming. The two-way fight happening. This is something which we have to expect more since this is the 4th game of the day.
4th game of the day, and you better hit the ground running. GYAN Gaming, they've got Headhunters in their sights. Russian dipping in and out of the Chrono Shield, hoping to isolate battles against Shubho and Insane, but they both jump upon him at the same time, so there's no way he can isolate those gunfights. GG get 3 eliminations, and Headhunters will survive this encounter with 2 players still up. Of course, they have the luxury of running away. They have the luxury of having plenty of sights at their disposal. But Garrison isn't the spot that I was worried about. I was worried about Forest Red. I was worried about Blue Will. I was worried about the spot where we expected a lot of early game drop fights. And those don't seem to be happening just yet.
Yeah, Blackbirds. Amin goes down pretty comfortable there. Mokria eliminates. Getting eliminated over there by Kopu. Uses the peripheral to an advantage, but Mokria has to be revived right now. Blackbirds again, as you mentioned, Cribs. Radhe Thakur has always been that man who has entertained us, and truly he has done it for a while now. Playing slow. Olympians buying their own sweet time. They have not rushed, but then Radhe Thakur, he is on the move. The Nero plushie is already used. It's on our cooldown right now. Woodpecker shots being taken, nothing connected. Both the teams are buying time for the time being. This might be a little problematic while the other teams just might come and feed on them. But they have finally decided. But look at Hitman, his position is spotted. Somi's eyes are like a eagle right now. Spotting every little player, every little movements being given by Olympians. Manish's positioning and also how Gopu is holding this spot is giving them the luxury. I think Hitman holds the key right now, Cribs.
Yes, he holds the key, but to which lock? He seems to be locked in right now inside this house as Blackbirds finally face the wrath of Olympians. He dashes right across that Chrono Shield, hoping to break the angles of his opponents, and he climbs up on top of the glue wall to dodge the shots. How is Somi alive for so long? Gopu, generally the hitman, he's generally the shotgun king alongside Hitman, but right now both of them seem to be not firing at all. Their shotguns in hand, but the shots don't land. And they take down Radhe Thakur, but it's of no use. Mokria can get him back instantly. And guess who's arrived on the scene? It's GYAN Gaming. The third party has arrived on scene. And while Olympians have already made their escape and GYAN Gaming might just be a little late to the party, they are coming in with 3 men strong. Their 4th far away as an insurance policy in case things don't go right here.
Yeah. I mentioned that this might be a possibility that a team might come in the vicinity to do a probable third party. But in the meanwhile, Cribs, Identicals getting eliminated. They're still not in a good spot, but so has Somi. That AK-47 headshot landing pretty well. Mokria climbs up to help, but then will he be able to do that is the question right now, where Shubho has entered the party. Inside the time, Turner finds one more. And OLIGARCHS also getting eliminated. So many teams facing the Wraith. Predator getting taken out as well. GYAN Gaming has handled this pretty well for themselves, where they have found out 8 elimination points out of it.
And that is a massive amount of points to find in the first circle itself. Oro, forget the first circle. The first circle hasn't even begun shrinking yet.
Yep.
I mean, they're already at 8 eliminations. And they have been hunting down people left, right, and center. Whether it's headhunters or whether it's the members of GG Instinct. These guys are absolutely unstoppable. GG Instinct though now have to fight against Godlike. Marco goes through with the rush and instantly one-taps power with that M590. Continues to plunder, continues to go deeper. Swaroop takes a bunch of damage but survives this encounter so that Yogi can go on from the right hand side and finish him up. Swaroop tries to go behind them and break his ankles, but Paklu has them covered. Yogi with the spray down comes through once again, and Eco with that Bison will finish the job, making it look so easy. That was a wrap in 20 seconds.
What a time to have the overall standings coming in, Cribs. Like, look at, GG Instinct's positioning. They are towards the second spot with 60 points, and they were one of those early eliminations in this lobby. We were talking about how the games were served. I think somebody wanted to serve an elimination right on the platter. That was, of course, Godlike Esports, and they did it pretty well, right on their face.
100%. Like, I mean, GG Instinct have piggybacked off of Godlike's firepower for a very long time. Oh my god, Yogi! Disgusting shot! Instantly puts a bullet in his opponent's brain, but he tries to get away, hoping to join his teammates. 4 AM won't let him, but they managed to get the result to default at least. Puneet will be shot down by Eco, so no revivals for Puneet. That being said though, do 4 AM continue plundering onto Godlike right now, or do they fall back from here? Because they're kind of cornered. And if they continue going north, they will run into GYAN Gaming. Their only escape is to go in the opposite direction of Godlike Esports so that they at least have a chance to revive Puneet. But right now they've realized that they are heading towards a completely different team. And guess what? Here comes the fourth party. Why is Aura Esports over here? Maybe they're here to use the vending machine and revive one of their fallen players? No, wait! They don't even have any fallen players. So what are they doing here? They're just here to fight. And Satyam blows open Nobita. And at the same time, Marco is engaged with 4 AM. Godlike are getting assaulted by 2 different teams right now. Yogi has to escape. There is no other choice. Do they even know he's here? I think they know.
Yep, Cribs. He is the lone warrior for Godlike Esports, and his position is compromised, and so will he go down. Along with, who was Harsh, I think, with that Max 7. He blows his head off, finishes Godlike Esports. So the top of the table teams have been eliminated so early in this game, which is now, the game is wide open. The floodgates have opened for the teams like GW Live, for Blackbirds, for 4 AM, who are playing well. We wanted things to turn around for them, and they are literally turning things around.
And with the top 2 teams of the lobby gone, this is anyone's game for the taking. This could be the chance that Blackbirds, 4 AM and Aura Gaming need to plunder up the points and pad up their stats. Aura Gaming have a very nice opportunity. They went into pressure onto Godlike at the best possible moment and eliminated them in conjunction with 4 AM. But now they need to cut all the loose ends. 4 AM might have helped Aura Gaming eliminate Godlike, but now it's time for them to die. Oh, never mind. Aura Gaming do not want to chase them. It seems like playing Fast and Furious isn't on their bingo cards for now, but Satyam tries to get outside the car and hopefully land those shots. And his opponents have driven away quite far. So that opportunity has lost itself, and at this point, it's better for Aura Gaming to just regroup, get inside the zone, and focus on the bigger picture.
Yep, look at the circle, Cribs.
Oh,
wow. The northern end. I mean, GW Live is fighting in this while. There's a hit list being triggered towards GW-MANISH's team. Of course, that is Avik FFX. Let's see if GW Live goes there and takes him down. But it's too far away from now. I mean, they are towards Blueville, extreme southern end, and they have to travel a lot of distance. I mean, that's going to be a task for them. Are going to fight maybe 4 AM default, but he's going to, for now, stay in low-key. But look at 4 AM, the other members, it's Puneet and Harsh fighting it out with Aura Esports. Legend Tate's taken out. He did not know the position of Puneet. He has a Mac 10 in his hand. Huzaifa goes taken out as well. Satyam and Yuvraj, they need to control this fight for a
no.
time being, but then the vending machine becomes the savior. Where they have the recoil tower positioned as well. The Yuvraj is running away, but he was not able to. This time it is DW Live who were here for the third party and did manage to get one elimination point.
Yeah, and Claus is actually dressing up like Santa Claus today and gifting his teammates all these precious elimination points. One last member for Aura Gaming alive. They might just have bitten off a bit more than they could chew. They wanted to go through the blue zone very slowly because they have enough meds to tank, and let's be honest, first circle, second circle doesn't really scare anyone. But now that they're down to their last player and very few spots left to revive, they will need to go outside the zone even more and hopefully try to get everyone online. Meanwhile, Blackbirds have acquired themselves a lovely piece of real estate smack in the center of the circle. They can spot the players of Headhunters over here, but they know that Headhunters also aren't very keen on committing to this fight right now. And generally, this is what happens in the third circle. The pace of the game slows down. Everybody goes real estate shopping. Everybody tries to get good compounds for themselves.
Yeah.
And you only really full slam into another team's compound if you have no other choice. So right now, that's the same thing happening over here. Blackbirds have these bunch of containers for themselves. Headhunters have a tiny amount of tents for themselves near the Snowfall region. But at the end of the day, they're probably not going to make any moves. Headhunters activate another hit list, and that lands on one of the players of Olympians. So they have the information of two teams now. They know where Blackbirds are. They know where Olympians could be. Now, I just want to see what they do with this information.
Hunters, they have obviously swayed away from this fight. They want to survive more, which is again a fair point. And looking at the way they're positioned right now with 50 total points in the overall standings, their position is third, so they're comfortable with their positioning in the overall standings. Now here comes GYAN Gaming with 8 elimination points, and Headhunters have come to this position to fight against them. Few melters exchanged. Of course, GW-MANISH, there's another team in the vicinity who just might come and, take away a few eliminations. But they're not looking interested that much. It is Shobo who came in to get in some information with that blue wall placed. Of course, again, his IGL have called him back. And definitely GYAN Gaming does not want to give away their positioning for the time being. But Insane converging with GW-MANISH might just be a little problematic. You should not open yourself up in a situation where you're fighting out with two teams, specifically in a position where the fourth circle is around the corners. So that might be a problem. Look at Noxious is here, and this is not going to be a problem for Insane. He will take both of them down. Now that rhythm connection comes in, but then GW-MANISH, they have lost 2 members.
Amazing stuff from GYAN Gaming. They already had 8 eliminations in the first circle itself, and now they pad up their stats with 2 more, and they control the northernmost sector of the circle. And guess what? The circle pulls towards them. It's almost like they've got some kind of a circle magnet in their pockets, man. It's a hard shift towards the north, where GYAN Gaming will have the safest position possible. Of course, Headhunters also have a decent enough position. I definitely can't say it's as good as GYAN Gaming. It's just a rock and a little bit of a cover from the monster truck, but it's better than nothing, and they're towards the northernmost part of the circle, so there's really only one team that can harm them unless everybody else has the bright idea of rotating around the edges and taking the northern side. Then Headhunters will be in deep trouble.
Yeah, Headhunters, they're also clustered right now. One big utility just might get them in a big trouble. But 4 AM default, he finds one more knock onto Noxious. So GW-MANISH is not in a comfortable spot for the time being. Noxious is completely eliminated. X-Divine, he has a grenade launcher though. The question is, how will he use it? For him to use it, he needs to climb in closer towards Team GG right now. Let's see how they manage to do that. For the time being, they have the good positioning. They're holding out the good space of the map. But it's going to be difficult to control this area once the circle closes in. All the rest of the lobby, closes towards Snowfall, because it's spread out for the time being, and where they have the comfort, space of playing in and around that area, where you said that it's not a plain surface. It's a surface where GG Instinct has the higher ground, where they just might, tap that pressure in and get eliminated.
Olympians, meanwhile, they start taking shots as well. 4 a.m. tried to shoot down DW, but there's just way too many people shooting at Olympians. In fact, the last player doesn't even go down to any one particular team. He just dies to the zone. Now Aura Gaming in a lot of trouble. They already lost Satyam. Huzaifa has way too much pressure. Both Blackbirds and Headhunters shooting down Aura Gaming. They get peppered with lead, and they have been eliminated as well.
This is the 5th circle, Crips, and imagine that in the 5th circle itself, we are left out with the top 5 teams. So many fights have happened in the first 3 phases that we are up to this. Now Headhunters, they will definitely have the space to play with, and they and GYAN Gaming will maximum try to control these positionings. Blackbirds, how will they creep in? They're using the glue walls to close in the distance. The melters being used. Radhe Thakur's brain game is going to come in handy. So is X-Divine's M79. How will that come in? But he gets the first one to be taken out by Radhe Thakur's grenade. Now, Mokuria and Somi, look at him. He dashed in, but Somi gets one man. That was X-Divine. Vincent is still alive. He has that M79. Roshan jumps in, but Mokuria and Radhe Thakur have creeped in. The numbers advantage is still there for Headhunters. How will they complete this fight, Crips?
I don't think they can. Headhunters have to find Mokria instantly and make sure they do not take any more damage. Luckily, nobody goes down in this fight because this battle isn't over. The moment they deal with one team, another one will pounce upon them. GW-MANISH also need to make their move inside, but luckily they don't have as many numbers, so they can be sneaky beaky like. Now it's just up to GYAN Gaming. It's finally time that they get off their high horse, abandon that compound, and get out into the open and fight Headhunters. Aladdin, though, he's being very sneaky and hoping that nobody will spot him. But Shupo does. No amount of magic carpets will save him this time. It's now time for the final battle. 4 versus 4. Arsh dives inside and gets the first knock onto a roop, just like he always delivers. Consistent with the shotgun. X-Divine blows apart Insane, and that grenade launcher continues to deliver death at demand. It's all up to Ninja, down to 1 HP, and Arsh puts the final nail in the coffin. This guy just cannot be stopped, and he's been on a roll with that M590 all day long.
Here comes the perfect ending for Team Headhunters. They have been looking for, Crips, the booyah which they needed. They had everything in their kitty. They didn't have that booyah. Now that is added, which will give them a more stronger position in the overall standings with that 43 points which they already had. But the way they controlled that positioning, we thought that it's going to be GYAN Gaming all over it. But they were the ones who dethroned them and made sure they not only control that position, they also control rest of the teams pushing. I think GYAN Gaming missed the trick over there when Blackbirds were pushing. They should have, pushed in and maybe utilized the utilities to flush them out.
I agree. This is exactly the difference between GYAN Gaming and GG Instinct. If this was GG Instinct holding that compound, they would have gotten out of there and third party the fight between Headhunters and Blackbirds, because this is the decisive battle, right? This is the battle that determines who's going to win the game. Once Headhunters deal with this, and now that they've got all 4 of their players alive, they don't even need to heal, they don't even need to reset before the next battle. They have all the luxury in the world to initiate a fight on their own terms. And when they initiate the battle between on their own terms, there's no stopping them. I mean, look at how easily Arch was able to get the first blood and the last knock, both of them. And despite getting the booyah, somehow it's GYAN Gaming who still come out on top by just 1 point. All thanks to them getting 8 eliminations in the first circle itself and continuing that momentum by getting 15 throughout the rest of the game.
Crips, I love the journey DW Live has made. The very first game for Group D, they ended up with 0 points. From there till now, they have, ensured that they get double-digit markers in every single game. And the way they are showing confidence, I feel no other team or no other underdog team has, been able to do that or portray that in Group D, is where I'm loving it, because we have seen so many good talents in all these previous 3 days in Group A, B, and C. And this is another team who are just, putting or maybe knocking the doors and asking for the attention, which definitely we should give. Along the lines, I think Blackbirds also managed to position themselves, and 4 a.m. Esports, they also got some good points because the top heavy teams was eliminated pretty early in the game.
Amazing stuff. But let's take a look at the standings, because Godlike Esports, despite not being anywhere close to winning this game, are still way ahead of the competition with 74 points. Headhunters with that booyah finally make that massive jump and get up to the second spot, having 66 total points. GG Instinct, despite getting 2 booyahs served to them on a silver platter, have only 60 points to their name, with GYAN Gaming coming in closely behind them, just 1 point separating the two. GW-MANISH also very consistent with the placement points. They've got the most placement points in the entire lobby. They have 31 placement points, which gets them at a total of 56. And finally, DW Live also had a decent game this time, which brings them up at 46. At least they're out of the danger zone. But Olympians, they keep slipping. They drop out of the top 5, and now they are at the bottom of the 7th spot. Yeah, that is difficult. I can say the same for Blackbirds and Identicals, because while Blackbirds are no longer in the bottom 3, they are still not out of the danger.
Yeah, exactly. That is where I'm concerned about them, and so is for Aura Esports. 4M Esports, I would say that they had a decent game. They did manage to get 15 points, which will of course help them, in getting that, or maybe the confidence will be back for them. We will move forward towards the most valuable player, where definitely, we saw some amazing performances coming in from HHX Divine, the IGL himself. He took upon the responsibility, and he was the nader as well. We have seen very few roles with nader and the IGL, where it's very difficult on being the first point of contact, or maybe the grenadier, and taking up that IGL responsibility. You have to call as well for your team. You have to manage your team. That becomes a little bit, difficult. But then he did it pretty well with the Nero ability there, and also with Alavero and Beaston. Definitely shows that why he has chosen for that role.
Yeah, 2,300 damage is nothing to be scoffed about. X Divine has been one of those consistent players that has always delivered when the situation calls for it. And this time, even though he was stuck in between a rock and a hard place, even though he knew that Blackbirds rushing upon his team could mean certain death if GYAN Gaming also decide to leave their compound, he still managed to hold on to his horses and be consistent and deliver when it mattered the most. Let's take a look at the stats of his overall team. So while X Divine has that Beaston and Anvaro, he's also got Nero equipped with Misha. I don't really see a lot of Misha being used, but since this map relies so heavily on vehicles, maybe that's a good character to bring in just for this particular map. I don't know if he has this equipped on all the other maps or not, so we will find out later. But as you can see, the rest of his team uses the standard composition of Skylar, Oscar and Chrono, so no real surprises over there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the stats also, doubles up, where I think alongside Divine, where he had 4 elimination points, Roshan contributed with 1. Arsh, being the secondary rusher, or maybe the primary rusher for the team, he also got that 4 elimination point for himself. And Vincent, he definitely created too many support positionings with 2 knockouts and 2 elimination points, and delivering 2,126 damage. But here comes the most interesting part, because we saw too many fights converging towards Snowfall and Garrison, and look at how GYAN Gaming was hovering around that Snowfall area where the circle ended up. You saw big hardship towards the northern end, or maybe towards extreme northern end to be specific, where Blackbird Esports, you see, they were sitting right there, but still they couldn't manage their position, and where they fall towards Headhunters, where they could not convert that 4v4 battle. I think this is where we were also mentioning the fact that GYAN Gaming could have utilized that third party positioning and could have converted that game ahead of Headhunters.
Yeah, I mean, even if they didn't convert the whole game and get a booyah, their position was so good, they could have at least picked up a couple more elimination points, because nobody's gonna shoot at them. But everybody will be taking pot shots at 4 a.m, at Blackbirds, at Aura Gaming, because all of them are trying to get inside the zone at that exact moment in the 5th circle. So, yeah, those points could have been yours. But it's not like GYAN Gaming need any more points. They're sitting pretty over there in the top 3, so they're good for now. And that circle analysis is mostly to show you one thing, how Headhunters, even though they weren't in the best possible spot, they took the northernmost end of the circle, and when the circle shifts towards the hard north, there's very few teams who will try to enter the zone via that long edge rotation. And one of them was 4 a.m. Somehow 4 a.m. did not harass headhunters in that position, and that's how they managed to get that booyah. But now let's talk about the next game. It's going to be Kalahari. And over here, we already know that Godlike love going to Refinery, and they are very hard stuck about this one. They do not give up on this spot. So when Blackbirds, DW and Olympians all try to capture Refinery, I don't know if they will actually stick to the spot or move away. I mean, there are plenty of options available. Mammoth, the sub, command post all lie uncontested. There's a potential clash happening between Aura Esports and GW-MANISH in Stonebridge. Santa Catrina, Oligarchs saying that they will take it, but I'm not fully keen on believing them. And same with Headhunters going towards Bayfront. I have a feeling that they might even go towards Confinement and Council Hall and then land up in Bayfront.
Probably there is a possibility of a lot more things happening, and a lot more depends on the playing path as well. Kalahari, we have seen one of the maps where high-paced action has happened because of the verticality element grips, and looking at the fact that a lot more bottom-headed teams right now are struggling. Oligarchs still not able to find their momentum with only 2 games left out, the first position teams to qualify from FFC mode this time. The last time when we saw this happening, Crips, it was Car 98 Army. They made it towards the land. It's of course Jutsu Gaming this time, but this is a surprise for Oligarchs. But then our predictions come in, where again, as mentioned, Godlike is going to be an investment which we have safely kept, and they will, I think, give us that return in a longer run. But then comes Olympians. I'm still sticking with them, wanting that performance, because they are literally slipping away in those situations. And as you mentioned, Crips, GG Instinct, they were getting served with games, but I feel they will pull things back again.
Okay. At least GG Instinct don't need to pull the games back. Olympians certainly do. So for their sake, I hope that your prediction comes true. That being said, though, I've picked up very safe picks this time. Godlike, GYAN Gaming, obvious choices, right? I don't think I need to justify why I picked those two, because they are like the teams to watch out for in the group. But GW-MANISH is slightly a risky pick, especially in the map of Kalahari. But the reason I picked them in Kalahari is because at least in this map, they can avoid getting third-partied. At least in this map, they can travel around the way they want to. You can use the vehicles, you can use the grappling hooks, you can basically avoid the third parties as much as you can. And Kalahari is like the one spot where even in the last circle, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like 7 teams alive, because there are plenty of spots to hide, unless it goes to the center area between command post and refinery and that one giant plain open patch of land. Unless it goes to those kind of areas, there should be plenty of spots for teams to take, especially in the last circle. And whenever GW-MANISH find a nice spot for themselves, whenever they find a nice nook to bury themselves in, it's very hard to get them out of there. And that's why I think in Kalahari of all maps, these guys will have a decent time.
Yeah, definitely we'll see all of this happening on Kalahari, where I think Godlike have always loved this map, right, Crips? You said that they have always holded the refinery position, where you can control a lot more parts of Kalahari. But we will see everything unfolding on this map of Kalahari. This is the second last game for today for Group D. Things are getting pretty serious for Group of Destruction, Crips.
Let's take off. We go from the sub all the way towards the shrines, and this plane path will go from south to north. You've got DW dropping directly down at the sub. GW-MANISH heading towards Stonebridge with no contention in sight. Mammoth occupied by Olympians. Again, no contention over there. There is Amin, though, who's split dropping away from his team, so he might just clash against Arup from GYAN Gaming. That being said, though, GYAN Gaming, nobody will bother them in the maze. But in Refinery, Aura Gaming are brave enough to challenge Godlike in Refinery. I thought Aura Gaming said that they would go to Stonebridge, but here they are. And it's the 1v1. Arup draws first blood onto Amin, and nobody else from Olympians is close enough to get the revenge.
GYAN Gaming won't mind this, right, Crips? They wanted these kind of eliminations, but Olympians, as we mentioned, their positioning is not very convincing right now, though you would still have that new revival meta where the 180 seconds can be utilized to trigger even if you're not near a vending machine or that recoil tower. But still, you need that momentum in your favor, where Godlike Esports, in a situation with Aura Gaming, they have openly challenged this team, but Yogi is pretty not happy with this kind of situation. He with that max 7 takes down Legend. Will he confirm him? He drops down. He found Satyam. Information will be relayed. For the time being, he's alone. Yogi needs support. Nobita, I think he's running away. Maybe Yogi will be the one who will play that sacrificial role because he can be brought back again.
Yeah, somehow Aura Gaming have decided to lock horns with the most dangerous team in the lobby, and they are coming out swinging. Marco gets rezzed, but will Yogi survive this encounter? Because he is getting chased pretty hard. Climbs back up, but here is Zypher ready to welcome him again. Yogi with the VSK cannot land the shots up close. But hold up, Godlike are in even more trouble. Somehow GYAN Gaming are taking shots at them. And now even Olympians are fighting against Nobita. What is going on? Why are Godlike Esports fighting 3 teams at once?
I don't know about that. Have they taken a split drop? Because, you know, they clearly showcased that Yogi wanted to play that sacrificial role in Refinery, whereas in Nobita ran away using that launch pad. You know, the objective was to give their players revive. But we will talk about that later because this time it is Blackbird locking horns against Oligarchs. Oligarchs, this is a team who needs points desperately. The plushie being connected onto Brave's face will of course deal a lot of damage. This can be a good combination play. The time turner immediately utilized by Brave to at least avoid these situations. There's going inside Santa Katrina. Now, Blackbirds, they have stopped for a minute, but I think GW-MANISH is the ones who have intruded in this fight. Trespassers will be prosecuted, Crips, and this time it is GW-MANISH.
Yeah, and these trespassers will be shot. No prosecution for them. No taking prisoners. Mokria goes down to Flame. That P90 sprays really well. Somi with that shotgun, not dealing enough damage, but as soon as he steps into that glue wall, he has more than he can handle. At least he gets the knock onto Flame, but there's way too many people in that little corner, and Noxious manages to not only get the trade, but also res his players. Somehow, amidst all of this, they find the luxury to res Flame back up on his feet, and there's no more flames around them. No more heat, which will pressure GW-MANISH. Even though they've got DW as well as Oligarchs all around them, they are holding on to their dear lives, and they're not even breaking a sweat about it. But will they be able to live this comfortably? Because they're getting surrounded.
Oh, no.
Even Blackbirds are caught in the crossfire. You've got Brave on the right hand side, Bully as well as Blaze trying to move in from the left hand side, and Jerry has already found Predator. Predator needs to stay alive, but Jerry finds him and pumps his gut full of lead with that M590. I'm sorry, not even the M590. That's the auto shotgun. That's a 1018. Avik. He's got Gokul, and now he's found Brave. And now Avik goes for the chase. Run, Brave boy, run. Your team needs you. The Oligarchs cannot go down like this. Not when they were the ones who took charge, and now they are the ones running away. GW-MANISH somehow completely unbothered about DW Live's presence. They don't even care that they're present over here. And that's what happens when you're ignoring your opponents. You get 2 players shot down like that. Bully is shoving people into the lockers and taking their lunch money away, behaving like an actual bully. DW, clean up Santa Katrina.
They end up getting 6 eliminations. The fight doesn't stop here, Crips, because Headhunters, they have also entered the vicinity. Look at Santa Katrina. What has happened to this area? Suddenly, so many fights brewing in this corner. You know, just looking at the situation, Headhunters would also want some more elimination points. But, you know, they were a little late to this party. Or maybe they were sitting a little too late to maybe capitalize on those moments, because all the rest of the teams have either run away or have been eliminated, or maybe have recovered their players back in the lobby. Because that's the situation which has turned out to be from Santa Katrina at least. But look at the center of the map, 4 AM, controlling their spot. Fights are happening right towards the Western Ghats. GG Instincts right now, Swaroop is receiving a lot of shots from Identicals. One more team who needs, or maybe in desperation of elimination points. They have got 4, but they have to be very careful. There is one player from Olympians, and that is Hitman, who is the one who's firing for Olympians for today. He's in a very bad spot with 2 players. Firefist and Mayank, they have spotted him. And also Darshan comes in. Olympians and Hitman is surrounded, and Firefist finds the pick onto him. He gets eliminated. Olympians once again are falling wherever they're trying to pick fights.
Yeah, the Olympians really not having a great time over here. But I can say there's one team who's having a much worse time than them, and that's Aura Gaming, because they're getting hunted not only by GG Instinct, but also by GODLIKE Esports. Legend was running away towards the west, hoping to dodge the members of GG Instinct, but he ran straight into the GODLIKE camp, and now he's kind of trapped over here. The glue wall finally goes down, and so does the team. GYAN Gaming as well as Aura Esports are the first two teams to bite the dust. But GG Instinct have lost Patlu somehow. I believe it's GODLIKE Esports taking pot shots from afar. That being said though, it should be fairly easy to revive Patlu. It isn't that much of an inconvenience. Oh no, he goes down again. This time to a skill. You wouldn't have expected that. But again, like I said, GG Instinct, no reason to sweat, no reason to worry just yet. They have some suppressive fire being directed in the direction of GODLIKE Esports, and that should repel away GODLIKE, keeping GG Instinct safe for now. The zone also doesn't matter all that much because it's just a second circle. They can tank this damage, and they've got the UAV to move ahead and get information. Meanwhile, in command post, you've got Olympians taking charge. 7 eliminations for them this time, Auto. Last time we saw a team do something similar, they had like 8 points in the first circle. This time Olympians have 7 points, but like just at the starting of the second circle, you know? So it's almost at the same pace as GG Instinct from last game.
Yep, and they also have the control of command posts. So usually command posts in refinery are considered to be the most controlling areas of refinery, and very unlike that GODLIKE has given up that position, and credit has to be given to a team like Aura Esports, who initiated the fight against them, and they could not win the fight, and again it was all over the place. Whenever I think we have planted something, have always turned out to be opposite in Group D, where we thought that GODLIKE, who just might end up dominating this map, have just not been able to do that, along the lines where the circle have now shifted towards the Western Ghats, and where Foundation just might be the place where the circle is going to end, just like what happened in the last map, Cribs. But we still have to wait for a few more. This is where the consolidation phase begins for these teams. Teams a little bit calmer in these situations, but DW Live Blaze just might find Aladdin. And oh my goodness, that was a pretty good shot being connected onto Blaze.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Aladdin rubs the magic lamp and pulls out a rabbit out of the hat. Jerry just about to get over the edge, and hopefully he should have dipped down so that he would have been safe, but he gets shot. At least Bully is able to find all the remaining stragglers inside of Council Hall, so he can clear up the space for Jerry and get the res onto him before GW-MANISH arrives on scene. But GW-MANISH are not actually coming over here. They're gonna get into their cars and just move to the zone. It is quite a trek to the zone, so they better get a head start here.
Witness have been triggered onto DW. Oh, actually it is DW who have triggered against Headhunter's Arsh. So definitely the position of that player is at least revealed if they're not going or not interested on fighting with Headhunters for the time being. For 2 minutes, his position will of course be revealed. Let's see how he survives for the time being. But Noxious finds Claus, and Claus being eliminated and immediately brought back into the lobby as well. I mean, he was just given a reset, I feel. And immediately he will come back and rewrite the script with his team. But GW-MANISH, as we were speaking about, you know, the positionings of teams, because this is the second last game, everybody needs to understand the objective that we are left out with only 9 spots. No more teams other than them are going to qualify for the next week. So this is going to be very interesting, and as expected, Crips, it has gone towards Foundation. Teams have a bigger problem to solve right now because Identicals are holding the spot, and Identicals holding that spot, which will mean that they need to convert this game.
Yeah. Now, Identicals have the center of the attention over here in Foundation, but there's plenty of buildings in Foundation which are still up for grabs, so I wouldn't be surprised if teams like Blackbirds and GODLIKE start moving into its Foundation already to get a central spot. GYAN Gaming obviously will avoid that like the plague. They're going to stick to the edge of the circle because it's a hard shift towards the northwestern side. They will continue staying towards the edge because it's worked for them really well in the past. Now, here's what happens when you have a hard shift. You've got teams on the edge of the circle who will stick to it while they rotate inside. That means teams like Olympians and DW Live will all go through the edge of the circle and go through Godlike Esports in order to get inside the circle. Similarly, teams like OLIGARCHS will also use the northern edge of the circle, where they will end up clashing with GW-MANISH, simply because nobody wants to take a straight line into the center of the circle. They want to all go around the edges of the circle. And that's just how the BR herd mentality works. And now, even though they didn't want to fight anyone, Godlike Esports find themselves locked in a battle against Olympians. Ooh, nice shot. Ego gets the shot onto Amin, but there is a trade. And instantly, the rest from Godlike Esports comes through. They even eliminate Gopu with a skill. Manish kind of trapped over here. Pops the Chrono Shield, hoping that it will help him, but to no avail. Godlike Esports have a very clean execution onto this fight. I must say, I was expecting more casualties from Godlike over here.
Yeah. But then the higher ground positioning of Yogi and Eco helped them. They found the first openings from those positionings, but this is OLIGARCHS fighting against GW-MANISH. They are looking much more comfortable than them. Ooh, finally I see stealth bites being utilized, right, Crips? This is the second time I have seen it live being used in TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. But where is he flanking is the question. Wait, Aladdin gets taken out by the play zone. That's not, I think, he planned. But Headhunters, they are planning for a fight. They have to be pretty careful. They have always managed to do it pretty in a smarter fashion than the other teams. They have identicals, which will mean that they are here towards Foundation. This is literally the pinpoint center of the circle right now. They have to deal with 4 AM, who are trying hard to not, land up in the bottom 3, Crips. Right now, GW-MANISH are also along the lines playing towards the edge there, but crossing that little strip of river is going to be very difficult because Identicals are not going to allow that. But, leave Identicals. It's GG Instinct who are creating the problems for GW-MANISH.
Yeah, but GG Instinct at least will not abandon their spot to get inside this place. 4 AM have all intentions to leave that spot and somehow get to a safer spot, but I don't think they have the luxury of doing so. OLIGARCHS bite the dust, nobody to save them. Headhunters had a very good spot to themselves, but now that the circle is shifting away from Foundation, they have to abandon their compounds and get into a much safer spot. Unfortunately, no safe spots exist for default because 4 AM will be eliminated. Headhunters now have their next target. They need to take Identicals out of the equation if they want to get inside the circle. And they need to do it before Blackbirds arrive on the scene. Or worse, if Blackbirds go in towards Godlike, then Headhunters will be very happy about it. But if they don't, then this is going to be a very, very difficult fight to handle. Hold on though, Headhunters take the decision of going further north. They stick to the edge of the circle and avoid that fight. But Blackbirds continue to move in towards the center, straight into Identical's crosshairs. And Mayank lands the first shot with that Trogon. Mayank goes outside to confirm that elimination on Radhe Thakur. But now Godlike Esports want to get involved and they're pummeling this entire place with nades. They want to level it clean. Mokria right into the crosshairs of Sohail, and Darshan goes down indeed. But Predator, both these guys lose their lives to a skill. And Arsh once again is the Grim Reaper with the M590. Nobody can stand up against his shotgun. How on earth has he won this fight for Headhunters? I will never know. He eliminated 2 teams in the process, Blackbirds being one of them, and Roshan wants to continue the assault. He takes down one more player of Godlike Esports. Even Marco goes down. Somehow, in all of this, GW-MANISH lose their lives, but Godlike was supposed to win that battle. It was a 2v4, and now it's turned into a 1v4. Godlike have just Eco left. They thought that they would be able to beat Headhunters, but that is absolutely not the case. Headhunters on the trot. They want to get 2 booyahs in a row, and all they have to do is deal with Godlike first, because the circle will push them away from that cell phone tower. They just need to be careful about GG avoiding these battles very, very.
Here comes the Riptide Rhythm, and now this is the positioning Headhunters won't want to be in. GG Instincts right now at this very moment can be the positioning where they can convert this game, but then Headhunters, they are being pummeled by Godlike from the right and also from GG Instinct. They're playing the wraith of both the teams right now. Roshan, he has to survive. How will he though? And both the teams very well completely shatters the hope of Headhunters. Patsu getting eliminated. Yogi is the last man survived. surviving. Tiger has closed in the distance, but Yogi is still there. These isolated fights cannot help GG Instinct right now, but both of them come siding, and obviously this moment is where GG Instinct shines, as we have seen in the past few games, and GG Instincts are the one that converge with the Booyah Crips.
3 booyahs in a single day, and Deja Vu strikes again. GG Instinct avoid all the battles by staying towards the edge of the zone throughout that final circle. And while you've got teams like Godlike, Headhunters, Identicals, and GW-MANISH all beating 7 shit, GG Instinct sit in a corner with a bucket of popcorn and watch the action unfold. And when the moment is right, they will get out of their hiding holes and take the booyah for themselves. And they've done this 3 times today, man. This is the 3rd time they've done this one. And this formula just works. There's no need to change something that's not broken.
You know, GG Instinct always find themselves in the correct spot, in the correct time, at the correct moment. And, you know, Headhunters forgot that this is not GYAN Gaming. This is GG Instinct that they're dealing with. Last time, it was GYAN Gaming who were fighting against them. And that time, they converted that game. So, and you also mentioned the fact that, you know, if that would have been GG Instinct, they could have, you know, tapped on or maybe pressured Headhunters while they were fighting Blackbird, you know. And this time, it was, of course, the likes of Godlike who they were fighting, and Godlike and both along with GG Instinct were literally firing all cylinders against them, and Headhunters could not survive it.
Yeah, Headhunters, I did not expect them to survive in the first place, right? There's only one guy who keeps them alive in these kind of situations. It is Arsh. Oh my god, that shotgun is just it's so good. I want to see that replay.
Yeah.
No, wait, show it from a little before. Yeah, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see what Arsh does over here, because you see, Arsh was the one who was responsible for eliminating most of the Godlike members. It was a nice 3v4 battle where Godlike Esports had numbers advantage, and then Arsh comes and neutralizes everything, takes down 2 Godlike members and turns it in his favor. Unfortunately, he doesn't survive up until the last moment, which is why Headhunters go down much before Godlike do. And then all that GG Instinct have to do is win that 2v4 battle where they have the advantage, they have the position and the numbers. They don't give Godlike any chance to heal up and get prepared for the final battle. But despite all their best efforts, despite the booyah, it's Godlike who still come out on top. 18 eliminations with 27 points. Godlike Esports prove once and for all that staying safe and playing for the booyah doesn't always get you the top spot. I mean, if GG Instinct continue this sort of performance in the grand finals, if they make it over there, and in the champion rush condition, if GG Instinct pull off booyahs like these, then they have a chance of winning over Godlike. But for the time being, firepower trumps above everything else. Godlike Esports on top, followed by GG Instinct at 23 points, Headhunters at 19. You've got GW-MANISH closely following them at 18 points. Somehow, even in a chaotic situation, Identicals had a decent game with 15 points, and DW Live with 11. They were doing really well in the mid game, man. But then
Yeah, definitely, but it is GG Instinct Swaroop with 2 elimination points. He is the most valuable player for the time being. I mean, the way he handled the pressure for GG Instinct and the way he was delivering shots with the ACAT shows that, you know, he created value for his team and also for himself. You know, with 7 assists, it also shows that the amount of knockouts he would have produced inside the game. He also had the ability of Oscar to help himself with the speed, and Nikita's reload speed ability is also there. So definitely these combination helps his play style, and JBeebs of course gives him that EP advantage alongside Joseph's movement speed. So definitely all these, you know, things and elements which he has chosen to go inside the game with have given his team and also himself the chance of creating value, right, Trips, at this very moment.
Absolutely. I mean, he's one of those rare guys who uses the Dreki. We've seen very few people use this, but that ACAT in the hands of Swaroop is an absolute menace. Now let's take a look at the rest of his teams, and then along with the Malvado, so he's the designated Grenadier. They've got 2 people running the Susi, so that basically means they'll be farming a lot more money than usual, which allows them to revive their players also more frequently. You got Tiger running the Moro Mako Skylar combination, typical of a sniper. You've got Power using a Koda. Again, this is one of those characters that we haven't seen much.
Yep.
All that frontal power, it probably will help him rush in, but it's not the best character combination that we've seen so far. I think the only person with a very normal character composition over here has to be Tiger, right? Because
correct.
Even though Swaroop has Oscar, he's got Dreki. I mean, who uses Dreki? It's like the third most used pet in the game, but even then, it's so less frequently used. Like most of the time, people use R1.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he might have had a different plan, but then it worked out all in the end, right, Crips? They have the ultimate or satisfactory result as the Booyah. They have the stats going in their favor, but though Godlike, again, as you mentioned, got the maximum number of elimination points, because of which they ended up being on top in the match standings. But now comes the circle analysis once again, Crips. What has happened with the circle? It's again constantly shifting towards that extreme northwestern side where teams are finding it very difficult while rotating, right? We saw too many teams fighting towards that corner where Oligarchs, even GG Instinct, they did not move an inch from that positioning. They had that corner right from the word go. Identicals were the ones from the word, I think, from the point where Foundation was considered to be the center of the circle. They were there, but they were flushed out. Headhunters came in. They were also not given the chance. Godlike was there. They were also not given the chance as well. And so does Olympians as well, as we saw how Olympians were, flushed out by the pressure of Headhunters, and also Godlike came in swinging, and Godlike showcased that they are a team to deal with pressure.
Godlike definitely know how to deal with pressure, and even if they don't win the Booyah, they got more than enough eliminations in that final 2 circles because they were in the right place at the right time, and they can really juggle their targets really well, especially when you've got hard hitters like Yogi, as well as all the other close range powerhouses that Godlike Esports have. They can deal with their opponents very quickly, and they don't drag the fights on for very long, which allows them the luxury of resetting. Now, time for the hard reset, the hardest reset of them all, actually, as we head towards the final game of the day on Bermuda. Godlike Esports claim peak for themselves, and I know they probably won't deviate away from it. That being said, though, I think this might be the only group that contests the Northwestern region this hard. I mean, in groups A, B, and C, we haven't really seen a lot of fights in Observatory, Graveyard, and Bullseye regions.
Correct. I mean, I agree with you, Crips, and this time that area is going to be a lot more busier than the other groups you mentioned, but definitely a fight worth watching if that is happening, because there is Olympians, there is Blackbirds, there is Oligarchs as well. All those teams have not secured their position yet, and Godlike Esports will be definitely sitting comfortably towards peak if they are being challenged as they were in Refinery by Aura Esports. Aura Esports, if they want to qualify, they need more than that, because they, for the fact that they could not have delivered points or maybe engage into situations where they could have converted those eliminations. That is where I think they have lacked a lot. And even the survival game, even though they have survived for a bit in the mid game, they have lost their track. That's where the execution is going to come in this game. They need a big game, maybe a 30-pointer. Otherwise, it's going to be good night for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last game for all of these teams in the bottom 3, so they really need to pull up their stocks and step up their game. That being said, though, I still think that the team that will win this game is going to be either Headhunters or GYAN Gaming again. Actually, I should have picked GG Instinct instead of GYAN Gaming, because, I mean, 3 Booyahs, man, come on. Now they've proven that they can manage real estate really well, and in Bermuda, that's the most important skill. So I kind of regret my GYAN Gaming pick. Should have gone with GG Instinct. But again, after that, I've picked Headhunters, Godlike. Those are very safe picks, and I think you've also picked the same. So yeah, it's quite obvious as to who the casters think will win this game. Even if Godlike don't win the game outright, they will still be at the tabletop because of their elimination power. And because of this, the disparity between the top 3 teams and the bottom 3 teams just keeps on growing so much.
Correct. I agree with you, Crips, because the way things have panned out for Godlike, even though they're not getting that booyah, this might be a concern while they land up in a grand final situation, but not right now, because now the condition is to just be inside that top 9 spot, which will get you through towards that week 2, and you will end up being on the top 36 teams. But for a team like a Blackbird or an Oligarch or maybe an Identical, you need a booyah, or else you need a match with good amount of eliminations where you just might find yourself in a spot of bother, which you do not want to end up with, because everybody is expecting, considering what Radha Thakur fans need, and he has always entertained us, as we have mentioned that earlier in the broadcast. But things just might go down south. We will witness it. This time it's Bermuda. It's the most default map where players start within Free Fire Max, and this is where things might just get spiced up. We will witness it. Let's jump straight into it, and we will see what things are gonna be planned here.
Last game of the week, ladies and gentlemen. It's Group of Destruction. And just one game stands between these teams' dreams to enter the week 2 of group stage or their dreams being shattered. So far, we have seen the invited teams and the city qualifier teams do really, really well for themselves. The only teams who have been eliminated so far were the ones who entered from the FFC mode. But that might change today if Blackbirds don't manage to get outside the the bottom 3. This time, Blackbirds might just even have an early fight on their hands because Oligarchs are landing right next to them. GW-MANISH have Sentosa uncontested, GG Instinct in Cape Town, no problem. You got Headhunters in Porchenock. They might have an early skirmish against 4 AM, but it won't be the kind of skirmish that will completely eliminate a team. Same with OLYMPIANS, uncontested in Clock Tower, no problem over there. Godlike alone in Peak. GG in Bhimasakti Strip, again, no problems. Are there even going to be any early game battles, or is this going to be a very quiet map?
Wow. I mean, this was not expected, considering the fact this is going to be the last game, right, Crips? Teams have decided to play it pretty slow and watchful, which they should have done probably in the first game of Group D, which was, I think, berserk in the way of action, or in the fashion of action, I would say. But then teams will obviously eventually find their way of fighting in this game. Right now, it looks like it's going to be Identicals who have closed in the distance a little bit towards Aura Esports, where Sohail and Mayank are the ones. But look at Godlike, they somehow managed to find themselves in the middle of action in every single map. Now this time, it is Ninja who have started things pretty well. He gets the first pick. But look at the shots of Mini Uzi from Marco. He handles that situation, but immediately gets taken out. The rest of the members from Godlike Esports needs to support Marco right now. Otherwise, he just might get eliminated. Riptide Rhythm being used as well. But GYAN Gaming, they are okayish because their one player is in a different corner of this map where they will be surviving because, again, they were the only 3 members who were converging in this fight.
Yeah, but at least GYAN Gaming don't need the points. Even if Ninja doesn't survive over here and he gets eliminated, it's not the end of the world for GYAN Gaming. I mean, they are definitely going to qualify, right? There's no way that they're in danger. So all that they need to do is make a statement over here and farm up as many points as possible so that they can get used to the competition next week. So Ninja has plenty of spots to revive his fallen teammates. There's more than enough real estate available. I need to be a little concerned about Identicals though, because take a look at this. Mayank has just used his R1 Denoculars, but they're all so spread out that they have basically no trade potential in case a fight breaks out over here. And exactly what I suspected. Darshan goes down. No way to avenge him. Nobody to back him up. And people are taking away these frags like it's anything. Godlike Esports are heading towards them with all their strength. Sohail and Mayank are so far away from each other they basically can't help. At least Ninja manages to land the shot onto Yogi. In all this chaos, the last member of GYAN Gaming has been able to find a couple of frags for himself, and with this hopefully even get some money so that he can get the res onto his fallen teammates. But Iko already uses the machine in Katlustva, so that machine is no longer up for grabs for anybody else. Aura Gaming though, this could be a detrimental fight for them. GG Instinct have been eliminated. Wait, how? Already? I mean, we didn't even see that. But then again, we kind of knew that Ninja was like the last guy for them, so it's fine if he dies, and they don't need the points, so I guess it's one of those maps where everybody else can have a chance of getting a booyah. 3 booyahs are more than enough for them. But Aura Esports now, these guys are in grave danger. They desperately need those points because they're somewhat at the bottom of the table. And the same goes for Blackbirds. For both these teams, this could be a very, very important fight.
Exactly, and both the teams need to win this, and they cannot, afford to lose any fights in this map. And they need to survive and also get those elimination points. And collecting them is going to be their primary concern right now. Look at Mokria and Somi. They're ready with the grenades. And they're just wanting to find the timing right now. Yuvraj definitely have used up the vehicle. I think they want to create a different angle. You have to understand the fact that the circle is also coming in. This is still the first circle. So we have seen so many teams fighting outside the circle in the second phase or the third phase. So that's not going to be the primary concern. They need to break out the drone. The information is being relayed right now. Huzaifa, at this very position, he's waiting for Somi's head. But look at Satyam and Yuvraj. They have gone on for a big flank. The question is Predator watching them? He has the bigger position. He has the higher ground where he can, I think, monitor both the players. But if he gets taken out, I think their eyes will be taken off. And that's where Blackbirds can be in a bigger trouble.
Yeah. So there is a massive responsibility on the shoulders of Predator, but Radha Thakur takes the lead himself. Here comes Yuvraj. Oh my god, he dives way ahead of Satyam. This could have been dangerous if he did not get traded out in time, but the cocoon of blue walls protects him. And now you've got Somi chasing Yuvraj, but Legend comes in from behind and gets the shot onto him. And Legend tries to confirm Mokria as well. Somi doesn't have time to switch targets. He gets taken down by Yuvraj. And Radha Thakur puts up one glue wall, hoping to save Mokria, but he realizes that is just way too risky. It's better to fall back over here. And while Radha Thakur will run away, Predator will try to cover him. But I think it's better that Predator doesn't do anything. It's better that he just stays on his high ground and keeps himself alive while Radha Thakur goes into the vending machine and gets the res onto 2 of his teammates. It's once again a 4v3, and all those efforts of Radha Thakur will go in vain as Legend finds him, turning it back into a 3v3 yet again. And Predator, they encroach upon his territory. He's become the prey now because you've got Aura Gaming climbing up on that crane and taking down every single Blackbirds member. The other 2 players who were just revived, they will probably have to land somewhere else.
Ooh, default. Look at him. He has the proper positioning, but he misses one of those shots which he should have connected at this level. To be specific, he connects onto Gopu but did not find the knock. Now the positionings are pretty clear. 4 AM. They are also in very desperation. They need these fights to be in their favor. So does Olympians. Manish and Gopu holding out this very angle, but default, how did he get taken out? Nobita from nowhere has taken him down. Godlike, as I mentioned in the very first game where I came in Crips, that if nothing is happening, they are the ones who's creating them. You remember their positioning, they were dropped towards peak, they came in towards Cthulhu Tiva to create a fight. Now you can imagine what that team is trying, right? You know, they did not prove anything because they have the points to qualify, but still, it's Godlike. But now 4 AM, Tanish, he uses the Oscar ability to run away, but then he needs to understand there's one more team towards the backlines, it's Oligarchs. But now, this is a place where they have utilized the momentum and the space has been created by Olympians. Gopu goes out, but he has to be revived. The time turner utilized for the advantage. But Oligarchs, can they create some pressure to Olympians? Yes, they are.
Yeah, but unfortunately, all the pressure that Oligarchs are putting onto Olympians doesn't net them anything. All the frags are being stolen away by 4 AM. And look at Manish, that's a very risky revive technique. He tries to get the res onto Gopu through that brick wall. And somehow they both stay alive. Puneet cannot finish them off. That was a risky maneuver, but it was worth it.
Yeah. I mean, why did... I still cannot understand what Tanish wanted to do. He wanted to hide from Oligarchs, or he wanted to, plan something for Olympians. But Gopu, with that woodpecker shot onto Puneet, he will, of course, get that advantage. Now, Harsh also receiving a lot of damage. Looks like Olympians have made their move and definitely will get the better of them. With an elimination coming in, 6 elimination points for Olympians. And again, they have found themselves their elimination point scripts, which we saw in the last game. Default is sitting in silently with the tactical market on. He knows that he needs to revive his teammates. But we're talking about Olympians. The last time we saw them in a similar kind of situation, they could not control the game, or maybe they could not end up the game with a booyah.
Hey, at least Olympians have recovered from that one. At one point, they were getting pressured by two different teams, and now they've managed to not only get all of the players back online, but also almost eliminate 4AM because they are down to their last player. And 4AM won't be having the opportunity to climb down from that factory rooftop and then go towards any of these vending machines or recall towers to get their players back up. Default will have to be extremely sneaky if he wants to get the players rest.
Godlike? Godlike was eliminated. I mean, this was a little unexpected. I mean, by the way, everything is turning out in this map with no fights happening, no clashes being taken, and also GG Instincts were the first one to be eliminated, where, you know, we were watching a different fight between Aura Esports and Blackbirds. Now, this time it is Godlike who's being eliminated. A lot of mixed energies in this map. Let's see how this ends up, right? Because a lot of teams needs this game to turn into their favor, but look at GYAN Gaming. They put in some glue walls, wanting to take down Aura Esports. Insane. He is in a cocoon. He's stuck. He needs to move around at least so that he can create value. He has that M590 in his hand. He needs that first point of contact. Who will it be is the question. Satyam gets taken out. Now comes Shubo's dash and he gets one more. He gets inside the time turner, revives his teammate, and also will heal himself up. Arup comes in for the survive, but there's Yuvraj who's waiting. Yuvraj is the last man surviving. He gets taken out and so does Aura Esports. A pretty simple, you know, execution coming in from GYAN Gaming. Retaliation was shown by Aura Esports, but it was not that valiant enough. They could stop GYAN Gaming.
Amazing stuff from GYAN Gaming as they continue to plunder and plow through every team. Aura Esports out, and this could very well be the end of the road for them because they desperately needed those elimination points. So Aura Esports is out. Somehow Godlike Esports was also eliminated by GYAN Gaming in this very same spot. So that means by the time GG were done eliminating Godlike, you had Aura Esports come into third party. But because Aura Esports was so late, GYAN Gaming had the luxury of resetting, healing themselves, and completely preparing themselves for the battle against Aura Esports. They were very late to third party on this one, and they pay the price for it with their own lives. GYAN Gaming, having eliminated two teams, now control that central warehouse on the western side of Bhima Shakti Strip. So they can control that zone, but they will be forced to come back inside the zone eventually. That's not a very big problem because the circle hasn't gone for a hard shift this time. It's a central shift. So all these teams are going to be focusing on their own compounds rather than sticking to the edges. And as we expected, the teams who managed to get the compounds for themselves first will be the ones to get assaulted first. It's Oligarch who are trying to defend onto this L-shaped house, and they use the staircase to get back downstairs against GW-MANISH. Kingston is the only person down for them. But take a look at this as Arup also continues to pummel down on 4AM. So that's a different fight happening at the same time. Oligarchs need to wrap up this fight against GW-MANISH quickly, otherwise they'll get third party very, very fast. And somehow they've held their own. They repel away the invaders, and Oligarchs have pushed the last member of GW-MANISH away from them outside the zone so that he can go ahead and revive someone. Meanwhile, Blackbirds have eliminated 4AM, so teams are falling like flies over here.
Yep, probably 4M's journey in this year's TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring has ended, but GYAN Gaming ends up eliminating Blackbirds as well. The question is, will they qualify? But look at Olympians, they're charging in. They want to eliminate GYAN Gaming. The melters being utilized. So many melters and utilities and grenades being utilized here. Manish and Gopu charges in. Insane. Handles things pretty well. Arup and Insane still surviving. Gopu with that Trojan with the glue wall placed in. They are wanting to take him down. Gopu finds him, but he's barely surviving. Here comes Arup. Gopu! He manages to survive. He cleans that victory against GYAN Gaming. But the question is, he has been taken out by headhunters. And Olympians, Hitman, because of him, they still survive, Cribs, they survive. This is the survival of the place where they might just end up qualifying for the next round.
Yeah, and they really needed this one. I mean, Olympians have to get this man to safety so that he can get the res again. I mean, the fact that you managed to eliminate GYAN Gaming itself is a very big deal because keep in mind, GYAN Gaming have already eliminated Godlike and Aura Esports as well as Blackbird. So, yeah, this is a very difficult fight to go up against. Meanwhile, Oligarchs are handling this L-shaped compound battle really, really well. And in fact, they climb down from the L-shaped house. They are now
Oh,
in the
no.
double balcony house. And they take down Goku OP. I mean, poor Olympians, man. They had one player surviving who just managed to get the revive onto all of his players. And now all of them are down again before they even make landfall.
Exactly. And Olympians have capitalized onto it. You know, we are still not sure about who are qualifying at what place. This is the most unpredictable group to be, right, Cribs? In a position where nobody have actually solidified their positioning towards that bottom end. This is where things are gonna get spicier. TW Live still survives. So does Oligarchs. But Headhunters have eliminated Olympians at the 5th position. They still got some good amount of elimination points, but we have entered towards the last few ends of this lobby where Headhunters, GW-MANISH, TW Live and Oligarchs survive. While I was saying that, GW-MANISH got eliminated, Crips.
And now it's down to the final 3 teams. Headhunters, DW Live and Oligarchs. Oligarchs have done really well to go from the L-shape to the double balcony house, but now they will have to abandon that spot. Meanwhile, Headhunters recognize that they don't have the best spot either, so it's in their best interest to eliminate DW Live as quickly as possible. Oh my god, the Nero plushie actually helps him get the knock. They try to revive them again, but here comes another Nero plushie, this time from Oligarchs. And the barrage of bullets upon DW Live is just insane. Both Headhunters as well as Oligarchs focusing on DW Live. At least Arsh has been able to land that shot onto Bully and get the confirmation as well. But eventually, it will be Oligarchs who land the final blow and get DW Live out of this game. 4 versus 4. Can Headhunters get their second booyah of the day? Because Oligarchs really need to get into this fray and take this day for themselves. Kingston, Django, both of them splitting up. Django might just get isolated over here, and Arsh recognizing the opportunity, instantly pouncing upon him. Kingston desperately trying to cover Django, but there's no more cover to be had, and Arsh will pump his guts full of lead with that shotgun once again. Goku dives in for the trade, Kingston following him right behind, but Roshan covers Arsh, and these shotguns are singing the songs of death. Headhunters get their second booyah.
What a calculation coming in from Headhunters. The way they've created this fight, the execution was picture perfect with those 2 members going ahead. Once again, it was Arsh who draws the first blood in such kind of situation. He's always the first line of defense for this team, and Headhunters has turned out to be such an amazing team and a treat to watch because they have got their second booyah. You know, imagining, at the beginning of this Group T have turned out where one team, GG Instinct, gets 3 booyahs in a day, and here comes Headhunters with 2 booyahs. Imagine the level of domination these 2 teams have put inside this lobby.
Exactly, man. And at least we can say that GG Instinct were playing very smartly. They were, avoiding the battle up until the very end and then striking when the iron was hot. That was some smart gameplay. But Headhunters, they do not shy away from a fight. They do not take the smart battle. They will face their demons head on and with their fangs baring. It's so good to see Headhunters in action. The way they managed to juggle their opponents. They've done the same thing in Alpine against Blackbirds and GG.
Correct.
They did the same thing over here against Oligarchs and DW Live.
Unfortunately missing out on the second last map. They were still there in the 3rd positioning, but how does that matter? Because they've ended up with 19 elimination points, and the total becomes as 31, Crips. An amazing game to end the group stages, because this looks like the momentum creator or the gear shifter for them to enter week 2. Perfect way to do that, and so does GYAN Gaming. I mean, they also managed to get 17 elimination. These 2 teams, and alongside, I would have to mention the fact that GG Instinct was also delivered. Unfortunately, they missed out on this game. They only got 2, but we have to mention the fact that Oligarchs tried their level best with 22 points. So did Olympians and also GW-MANISH. All these 3 teams, which still do not know, have solidified their position in the top 9 spot or not.
Oh yeah, that is a big question. Because honestly, while Headhunters, GYAN Gaming, Oligarchs, these guys were doing really well for themselves, for Olympians, this is an important game. 17 points could make or break their journey in FFMIC. Same with Aura Esports and 4AM. 6 points and 5 points are not nearly enough. So I'm starting to lose hope for them. But let's celebrate the man who has given us some of the most amazing moments this entire day. Arsh has been consistently using that shotgun and being an absolute thorn in the side of his enemies. Somehow his preferred weapon is woodpecker according to this graphic, but like, let's be honest, we know that he's the M590 king today.
Correct, and he always was the one who was drawing those first blood and maybe putting his body on the line for his team, and he never, I think, stepped, or maybe not putting himself away from those situations. He, I think, always initiated, and these kind of abilities helped him. And we have already discussed this in the previous few matches, that he has that Oscar ability which gives him that speed, and of course Nikita, and that silent healer with J Beebs that gives him that HP EP consideration. But now comes the Booyah team stats, where alongside Arsh there were 3 more players who has their skill set pretty much stabilized. Look at how XDivine controlled his loadout. It's the same when we saw him last time as the MVP, right, Crips? Specifically with the Nero, the Beaston, and of course Alavaro ability just helps him with the grenade, being the grenadier of the team. And also he's the agent, is also shot calling, so definitely that Moko helps while he pings somebody when he has that ability tracker on.
Yeah. And XDivine used that Nero ability so well. I mean, most people use the Nero to flush enemies out of cover. This time when he used that Nero ability onto I believe it was Oligarchs in the last fight. No, who was the last one? GW-Live. When he used it on GW-Live, it resulted in 2 knocks. I've never seen someone get 2 knocks with a Nero plushie. I mean, that's just insane.
Absolutely. Look at the stats. Of course, Arsh with 9 elimination points, but then he was supported. He was backed up by Roshan. And you remember the last moment of the fight, right? It was Arsh alongside Roshan, who was constantly jumping, alongside him. And when Arsh found the first knockout, Roshan was still alive because Arsh was traded out. And Roshan was the one inside that time turner. He took down and handled 2 players from TW-Live, and rest of the team members just, went with the flow.
Yes, they went with the flow, and Arsh was the one completely dictating the flow. All his teammates did was just follow it. Now let's take a look at their movements, because Headhunters had a very slow start with that drop in Sentosa. They clashed against GW-MANISH, but look at how they are chasing GW-MANISH to the ends of the earth, right? And they stayed outside the zone, hoping to hunt them down again and again and again, until they decided, alright, let's just play our own game. And then you have Headhunters taking the northwestern sector. They destroy so many teams alongside that periphery to claim that side of the circle for themselves. And once they know that nobody can backstab them or, poke them from the sides, they can focus all their attention onto the Oligarchs and GW-Live.
Yeah. You can see this is a very opposite way how this map turned out to be the first circle, where we see the maximum number of eliminations. This time it was on the lower end, where only we saw 2 squad vibes. It was Identicals and GG Instincts, and it was pretty much unusual, where GG Instinct, usually they are the most calm and composed team. They know how to handle these kind of situations, which they have done so well, right? With 3 Booyahs. The last time we saw a team with 3 Booyahs, they choked everybody out of the lobby.
Yeah, it does feel like they are choking everybody else out of the lobby, doesn't it? They just slowly extend their grasp around their opponent's throats and start closing in from the sides until the opponent starts gasping for air. And when I mean air, I obviously mean it as a rhetoric. I obviously mean it as a metaphor for their resources, for their time and their effort, because every time an opponent manages to either eliminate a different team or get their players revived again, Headhunters just put that effort down into the ground and then stomp on it again. So that's definitely Headhunters doing really well with that second Booyah. But now, the actual question of the hour. Who is going to make it to the next stage, ladies and gentlemen? The teams have to get inside the top 9 if they want to go into the week 2 of the group stage. And here are those teams. It's Headhunters, GODLIKE, GW-MANISH, GG Instinct, GYAN Gaming, Olympians, GW-Live, Oligarchs and Blackbirds making it into the second week of the group stage.
Whoa, Cribs, I mean, I was pretty much tense about Oligarchs and Blackbirds because they got eliminated, but they still managed to get those elimination points, which definitely helped them. DW Live, imagine they started off with 0 points in the first game and got 66 in the last 5. Just shows domination, just shows control over their game, and this time they managed to end up in the top 36. So congratulations to all these teams alongside Olympians as well, who we were so much concerned about that what are they actually doing? Is this the Olympians we actually know? Because we have seen them on LAN, we have seen them in the whole season of TEZ FFMIC 2025, and coming in with experience where all the rest of the 3 groups have performed. They had the maximum amount of time to prepare. We thought that why and how did they come in so unprepared, right, Cribs?
Yeah, I don't know about their preparation or the lack of it, but there are clearly some problems that needed to be fixed with Identicals, 4AM and Aura Esports. At least Aura Esports and 4AM went down swinging, right? In their last game, both 4AM and Aura Esports decided to pick up a lot of fights, pick up a lot of frags, because that was the only way they were going to dig themselves out of the bottom 3. And I respect their hustle, I respect their willingness to go down with a fight instead of just hiding in the corner and hoping that placement points will carry them out. But for Identicals, things started to tumble really quickly down the hill in those last few games because they were not in the bottom 3. In fact, they were ahead of Oligarchs and Blackbirds, but somehow both those teams managed to overtake them in the nick of time, and now you've got Blackbirds and Oligarchs qualifying. It would have been very weird to have a tournament without Radhe Thakur in the higher stages of the tournament, but like I said, Radhe Thakur has a habit of entertaining us and keeping us on the edge of our seats until the very end. He will always get that last spot and make it into the qualification at the last possible minute, once again entertaining me, and that's why I love that guy. But obviously, I would want to see his team perform better in the tournament going forward.
Again, experience coming in handy with Blackbirds. Again, with Radhe Thakur, they definitely get that spot. But if we try to draw comparisons with the other groups, right, Group A with the cutoff point, and also with Group B, Group C and Group D, if we see the 9th position teams, it's almost looking aligned with what we saw in Group B's performance, because we saw how SA2L Elite were the ones who got the maximum chunk of points, and it was completely one-sided over there alongside Team X, and of course UGX GRP being the other 2 teams who dominated the lobby. This time it is of course Headhunters, Godlike and GW-MANISH who were the ones who was controlling the throne. But then here comes Oligarchs and Blackbirds, who were right there, not leaving those inches, those moments, because those were those few moments you needed to go or maybe turn into your favor so that they can convert the game or maybe qualify for the next round.
Headhunters and Godlike Esports, they dominated so well, man. 116 and 110 points. That is a very good sign for them, because it kind of proves that they are here to take the mantle with violence. Both Headhunters and Godlike Esports managed to take those top spots with eliminations. Of course, Headhunters did have 2 booyahs. Correct. But would they have been on the top without the booyahs? Also, yes. So, at the end of the day, Headhunters managed to get those booyahs because they were able to deal with all the other enemies around them. So you have a nice lobby over here, man. On one hand, you've got Godlike and Headhunters as the pinnacle of violence. And on the other hand, you have GG Instinct, who managed to get 3 booyahs by avoiding the battle and timing their attacks really well. I think Group D has been the most entertaining group so far, because we get to see 2 teams dominate this entire day. 3 teams rather dominate this entire day, and all of them have one particular game plan that works for them consistently.
Yep. And I think in all the groups, not specifically talking about Group D, there has been some teams who have always surprised us. This time it was GW-MANISH, and also did GG Instinct, which just shows that city qualifiers have paid off, Crips. With the 100% strike rate, all these teams who made their way from the city qualifiers have qualified. Just shows that this time's talent hunt was superb, and we have seen such amazing talent coming through. For the first time, as Crips, you mentioned the first day of broadcast when we started Group group stage, on Group A, that this time was the first time where we saw an offline qualifier with an online qualifier, and we saw such amazing talent coming in from FFC mode and the city qualifiers. We saw GG Instinct, who made their way from the Kolkata city qualifiers, and they also showcased that why they were chosen. And I think it was, again, they gave all the teams a run for their money with 3 booyahs. I mean, they were pretty consistent.
Very, very consistent. And I'm actually surprised that it worked for them 3 times in the exact same way.
Exactly.
Like, they never had to fight against a team that was superior to them in terms of firepower or positioning or numbers. They always had the advantage going into that final battle. They consistently managed to find their opponents lacking numbers. So that was incredible for GG Instinct. Now, I have one thing that I really want to point out over here. If GG Instinct managed to make it to the finals and they activate the champion rush condition this way, I think this way of getting booyahs for them might just get them the trophy of TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. That is, if they make it to the finals. It's still a very, very long journey that's ahead of us. There's gonna be a total of 9 teams that have qualified from each of these groups. That means next week you are going to see 36 teams battle it out. And out of those 36 teams, only 18 will make it to the knockout stage. Keep in mind that the prize pool is locked behind the knockout stage. That means if the teams manage to go from 36 into the top 18, they will get a minimum guaranteed payout of 77,500 rupees. And that's their goal for week number 2. Get into the knockout stage and be in the upper half, because half of these teams will say goodbye to us by the end of next week.
Yeah. The audience might be thinking, Chris, that why are casters still talking? There is a surprise, of course, planned for you guys, and the way TEZ FFMIC Spring 2026 have turned out to be for us, you can understand the way I think more things are planned for you. As we mentioned, the city qualifiers, it was a very big surprise where 144 teams were given the opportunity in each city, and only 1 team from each of these cities could make their way towards the group stages. That was a direct entry, so you can just understand what these teams could have given or maybe produced in a fashion when they already showcased with the 100% strike rate. And the wait is for the overall 36 teams, right, which we will see in the next week of the group stages, where the real slicing and dicing starts, Crips.
The slicing and dicing will be so much more intense than it was in this week, because over here there were at least still some teams who were basically cannon fodder for everybody else. There were some teams who were basically getting destroyed by the top tier teams in the lobby, and we knew that was going to happen, right? Especially in the group stages. There will be some teams who are very, very talented, and there will be some teams who are playing in such a high tier lobby for the first time. But that is to be expected, and honestly, it's a very good learning opportunity for all the teams who have made it from the FFC mode into this one. So maybe they can use that as a learning experience. But for now, it is time to celebrate the teams that have made it into the week number 2. It's the top 36 teams from all the groups, all laid out in order.
Wow, what a lot it is turning out to be. We start off with SLQL Elite with 167 points. They reached the pinnacle of any points I think any team could get in a TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring, or maybe in any position like this. But here comes Team X with 118 points. Then comes UGX GRP with 116. Then is Headhunters. You see all these teams making their way from the FFC mode or from the city qualifiers, and some invited teams, so you can understand all these teams mix up and create this top 36 list. Then comes at 5th position, it's RNX Esports, Godlike Esports, IQ Total Gaming, Jutsu Gaming, Arise Esports, Meta Ninja at the 10th spot, and 11th and 12th followed up with Autobots and K9 Esports Scripts.
Autobots and K9 Esports, they have done really well for themselves. But what's even more important is that all the teams who were in groups C and D have been able to get on the top 2 pages. Like, there's very few teams over here in Group C which are in the bottom 25. Like, there's only Reaganverse on the third slide over here with 74 points.
Yeah.
And NXT Esports. Those are the only two teams who have kind of struggled and made it across, which kind of tells you how competitive all these groups were. A lot of the teams from Group T are between the 25th to the 36th spots. Of course, Blackbirds being dead last tied with Team Legacy at 49 points each. So you can see the clear disparity between all these groups. We called Group C the group of death. We called Group D the group of destruction.
Yeah.
But take a look at who the top three teams are. All three of them from Group number B.
Yeah, that shows that they were the ones who dominated the whole of group stages. To be fair, now we can see that, as you know, seeing the fact that the numbers they have stacked up in Group B, and with that being said, they only played 6 matches. All of these teams only got 6 matches. You can understand, or maybe you can just expect what to come more from the next few weeks, because you know the game numbers aren't going to increase. They're still going to be same, and the pressure is just going to get much more on the higher end, where only half of the lobby will get the chance to qualify for the knockout stages, as we have already mentioned about that. And there will be the most interesting phases which we will witness from the next week actually.
Yeah, next week is definitely going to be much more interesting, especially for all these teams who are in the top 10 right now. All the teams in the top 10 managed to get above 100 points, clearly marking the distinction between a tier 1 and a tier 2 team. But some of these teams had a much easier path into this tournament. Like teams in Group B, SHUL Elite, Team X and UGX GRP, they absolutely dominated their groups to the extent where all the other teams in Group B who managed to qualify had to do it by getting at least like 60 points. So the cutoffs were also very, very different from all these groups. Next week though, it's going to get even more intense. Because right now your only objective was to not be in the bottom 3.
Correct.
You just don't have to be in the bottom 25%. Next week, it's about the bottom 50%, ladies and gentlemen. Only half of these teams will make it to the knockout stage. And a lot of these results will be determined by which group they end up in. So let's check out which groups these teams will end up in.
Yeah, here comes the Group A, B and C. We start off with SHUL Elite, Team X and UGX GRP, just showcasing that the top 3 teams have been placed in a different manner. Then comes Godlike Esports and IQ Total Gaming also landing up on the same group where Godlike and SHUL Elite is. Chris, you can understand what kind of a storyline that group is going to create.
Bro, Group A is looking so stacked over here. You got SHUL, Godlike, Total Gaming, K9 Esports, GYAN Gaming and God's Reign all over here. Holy, that is a stacked group, bro. Group A is looking too good right now. And then on the other hand, in Group B, you've got so many underdogs. RNX and Zutsu Gaming, I can't really call them underdogs, they have been in some very good top tier tournaments, but they never won a trophy. This could finally be their time to shine. Same with Team Hind and GG Instinct. These teams were very, very smart. And on the polar opposite end, you got teams like Fire Eyes and Skull Esports who are extremely aggressive. In fact, Skull Esports and Reaganverse managed to make it into the top 36 teams by the skin of their teeth. So Group B is looking like it's full of some shaky teams who have some insane potential if you give them the chance to flourish. And then finally in Group C, we have the perfect balance of brain and brawn. On one hand, you have UGX GRP and Headhunters who absolutely dominated their groups, and at the same time you got Meta Ninja and FX Elite who can keep the momentum up. And if that wasn't enough, you got Team Tamilas and NG Silver Eagles who, in my opinion, can turn the tide of any narrative within a second, because these two are some big dark horses. I think I know which one is my favorite already. It's obviously Group A, right? Like, it has to be the most stacked group. But Groups B and C seem even more interesting when it comes to the storylines.
Where Group A is going to be very, very interesting to look at, because now the condition is to land up in top 6, and can you actually pick the top 6? It's going to be so difficult, right, Crips? Not only from Group A, but also from Group B and Group C, since all these teams have their own narratives and also their own kind of storylines. Because you look at teams like Reganverse or EMZ, how they did manage to, qualify from the later half of the games. They made sure that they stuck into the game and they get those elimination points and get those booyahs in place so that they can end up here. Now they have done the hardest part. To survive in the next few rounds, it's going to be much more difficult, right, Cribs?
It is gonna be much more difficult. I mean, it's not just the teams that end up in your bracket, in your group, but also the fact that now the cutoffs are gonna be much higher. So far, you just had to stay out of the bottom 3. Now you have to stay out of the bottom 6 in your group. And that's gonna be much harder, man.
Yeah.
And it at least in the knockout stage, you get multiple chances. If in the week 1 of knockout stage you don't make it, you will still get a chance to play in week 2. If you don't get a chance to make it in week 2, you can still go to week 3. So that way, at least you get multiple chances to make a comeback, to polish your skills, to learn from your opponents by going back and watching the matches again. For group stage, no such luxuries exist. Like, you will only be able to go back and watch the matches of your own group and learn from your own mistakes. You can't study the other teams based on their behaviors, because they will behave a certain way depending on who's in their group. So whatever knowledge you acquire from this week will not be 100% transferred to the next week.
Correct, absolutely, and that is something which is going to be the maximum amount of concern for a lot of these teams out there, because few have their momentum right in the top, or maybe they're playing in the 5th gear or maybe the 6th gear, specifically talking about a team like SHL Elite. Again, we'll end up pointing out all those teams who played in the Group B. It was UGX GRP, it was Team X, just showcasing that a team from FFC mode whom we have never heard about, they could manage a performance like this. Just shows the kind of talent we got this time, and the next week is going to be so much amazing to look at, right, Crips?
Yeah, it's gonna be fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Week 2 of this group stage is going to be absolutely amazing, and I think it's fairly obvious why. The quality of the competition will increase, the quality of the battles and the unpredictability of them will also be at an all-time high. So I think I know what you guys need to do this week. You guys need to stock up for the weekend. Go to the supermarket, buy some popcorn, buy some chips, whatever snacks you want. And if you're one of those healthy people, start working out so that you can build up an appetite for the weekend, because I'm gonna run out of popcorn this weekend, because these matches are gonna be absolutely crazy.
Yep, definitely, because Holi is definitely around the corners, right, Crips? So definitely,
that too.
You have to celebrate safely with your family and friends. And as Crips mentioned, that we will be back in the weekend where we're gonna enjoy the week 2 of course, these amazing teams which we have divided them in groups. Now, teams will have to start preparing because they have witnesses. So this break which they will get will be utilized for them to prepare and of course analyze what went wrong and what will be best for them in the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming weeks are gonna be absolutely entertaining, and it's gonna keep on getting better and better until we get to the grand finals in April. But for now, let's take it one step at a time. The teams have their work cut out for them. They know what kind of homework they need to do, and week 2 of this group stage is going to be absolutely amazing. So make sure that you subscribe to this channel and make a reminder so that you tune in to the games whenever they begin. That's it from our side, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you again next weekend.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog. Just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. 'Cause it can get bigger for us. 'Cause it can get bigger for us. Bigger for us. 'Cause it can get bigger for us.
Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I I had enough. It ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance ain't coming off track. No. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show 'em. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going. I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans. You don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime. You don't need to understand. Ay, you just show 'em how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play safe. Moving fast, already gone. Yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog. Just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving. What we doing? 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. Yeah, friend Bentley, Lego. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The game's in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. They sleeping on me, this is perjury. You make it, nobody is hurting. You tell the doctor, prep the beat for the surgery. Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up. Do it myself, I'm drilling it. How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool, can't walk on my shoes, I'm kicking it. Wanna jump in cause they see that it's working. Grow from the air, they see wins on the surface. Flaunting my wins, I do it on purpose. Playing with you, take you down to the circus. One time for the underdogs, 2 times that they doubted me. You know I did it for my mama, no. Only people know who proud of me. Now I'm getting where I gotta be. Everybody want me to take off. You brought the beast from inside of me. I bet on myself and it paid off. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. Been running this since I popped in. Y'all know me, I'm locked in. One hand on the game, one hand on the street. Gotta get it out the mud, no problem to me. Keep on rocking, tell them this is heavy metal. My baby's watching, let them know I never settle. And you know I got the keys to the wheel, hand on the wheel when I'm driving this. I spend a couple bands on my wrist, just show them that my time ain't free as a gift. Show them that I'm clocked in, I know that they watch it. Thank God I bet it on me, cause I ain't had much options. I gotta go ahead, show 'em. I cannot miss and I aim for the top of my brothers. I know that I gotta go get it by any means. I cannot lose, that's word of my mother. Give me respect and give me a check. I'm about to put on and get back to the bro. Cause if I'm winning, then they winning too. That is the law, can't switch on the code. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. And I ain't missing none of my shots, don't leave me open. They ain't stop me, now I got some motion. I got some motion. They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. They ain't stop me, now I got some motion. I got some motion, okay.
I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Told them get out of the kitchen, I'm chefing it now. They try to start with me, dog, while I'm ending it now. They used to laugh at me, dog, who is laughing right now? I got M's in the bank, I got M's in these streams, so they texting my phone and they begging me now. I don't got time for it now. Feeling like Step when I ball. They try to get to me now. I cannot let them at all. I ain't wearing nothing on the wrist. That's just how I started, I can switch. I just told myself that's how it is. I just pulled a clutch and I can miss. Trying to tell me everything I know. If they get a shot, they bout to choke. I was looking at them from the back. Now I'm looking back and they ain't close. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same will say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this on the flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold, I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same will say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing